So hello and welcome to a lovely morning today with a bunch more CS coming to you guys from Snow Sweet Snow. Of course, it is going to be Overseard and myself bringing you the games on the base stream today, and we do have two quarterfinals coming up. Finally, our invite teams to the playoffs are going to be facing off against the teams that made it to these quarterfinals yesterday. And over, it's definitely a couple of interesting games coming.
Oh, absolutely, my dude. Hey, Tyler, how are you doing, though, on this beautiful morning? I gotta ask before we
I'm
jump
doing
into the
great.
series.
I cannot complain. Like, I've been up for the past like 1.5 hours. Got ready, everything's fine, and just checked in and was thinking, well, VP up against Endpoint should kind of be a game for VP if they wake up today.
I mean, could kinda be. It kinda is, right? It's more like
Yeah.
it could be a game that Endpoint can prove that they're worthy to enter the top 20 or the top 15 in the world, right? If they win VP here, Endpoint prove that they are a lot better than everybody take them to be, right? And they definitely prove to themselves that they are capable of beating top tier teams almost in this case. And you went on a bit of a roll how many teams VP were able to defeat in the previous months and such. And when you look at those teams and you look at VP, you're like, oh, damn, these guys are hot fire right now. And certainly Endpoint, if they can at least try to calm the fire, or at least quell the fire, you know that they're going to be doing, that they're, doing good. You know that that's already progress in somebody's eyes and definitely mine for that matter.
Yeah, and I think surely Endpoint have also had a couple of good games recently, but of course you said it. I mean, VP just in January, end of January, kind of end of last year, start of this year, they were able to beat Mousesports, Fnatic, NIP, Furia.
Yeah.
They were able to win DreamHack. So I mean, there's so much kind of bunching up for them that I think they definitely deserve the world ranking that they have right now if we look at HLTV, and they are way up there in the top 10. So I think especially when they actually face off more frequently against top tier teams, that'll get really interesting. But of course, we do have our vetoes in already.
Yeah.
VP up against Endpoint. We saw an interesting veto yesterday as well from Endpoint, with them always selecting T side to go first, and that's going to continue today as well. VP first banning Nuke, Endpoint then banning Overpass, and then VP picking Dust 2. I don't think that there's a big surprise there.
No, definitely not. But yeah, the point you bring up with the Endpoint picking the T side, I love it. I really like the idea here, especially starting with Dust 2. Choosing T side on Dust 2 usually gives you an advantage, at least in my eyes. It's a map that heavily bases itself on aim, and if you're going to be hitting your shots, and if you're feeling like you're capable of hitting your shots, T side is usually the better side to start with. And if you can get the ball rolling, well, we both know how momentum works, and I think everybody who's here right now also knows that, and that's a pretty big thing here in this game, right? And then Mirage, obviously, it's another map where it's more balanced, but again, why not T side? In any case, I believe we're ready to begin. Map 1, I believe, is about to start, as I just heard it in my little ear. And yes, indeed it is. Ladies and gents, it's the pistol round of Dust 2, the choice of VP. And this is going to be our first map of the day.
Yeah, and not only that, of course, right now VP starting off on the CT side as Endpoint wanted to start on that T side, and right now already the headshots coming out both ways. The Glock's actually, even on long distance, not even doing too bad for Crucial here. Finding the trade straight back onto Yekindar. Jame is tagged down to just 5 HP. At the end, well, Endpoint already kind of pulling back for a second, but will then retry it to make it over towards the A-bomb. So right now, long distance, always difficult against the USP.
Ooh.
Still lots of damage being dashed out. And right now, Robin still keeping this 3-on-3 going, and Endpoint are going to try and close the distance towards the bomb site.
Well, they're certainly closing the gap, and right now with Buster getting absolutely mauled as well, Jame is left alone, and already seems to be Jame time right here. He still has 100% of the Kevlar, so if he really decides to save, he can save the Kevlar, have head armor bought up for 350 next, and then see what he and his team can do in the move or in the rounds afterwards. But this is going to be 1-0. Endpoint will win the pistol round, ladies and gentlemen. The T side of Dust with a quick push towards long. It is Endpoint that secured themselves victory. And, well, I'll be darned, but this is actually really good for Endpoint, if you ask me. This is probably, well, this is the best start they could have hoped for. They have 3 survivors likewise, and they're definitely going to be happy with how this one is turning out to be. As Endpoint, well, it's theirs, at least to open up with.
Yeah, and I'm actually really surprised that VP didn't take more of the long-range battles. They did kind of stay back towards bomb site. Sure, you might catch a headshot or two, but the fact is that if you return that damage, then you're just going to be just as good as those Ts when it comes down to those USPs, because all you have to do is hit those headshots. Of course, more easily said than done, but at the same time, they do the early damage within this round and might still have a little bit of a chance depending on how this goes. They've forced into 2 FAMASes, 2 Deagles, they have the Scout as well. That has already found a little bit of success. It's already Sanji here proving his worth, finding one, looking for more, but not gonna actually find a second. They line up for Yekindar, and we know that he can find these. He does exactly so. So T's already now reduced to just 2 men. Of course, extremely difficult now for Buster over towards the B bomb site, as he's going to be dealing with the Mac 10 of Crucial moving in, and Mighty Max trying to help his teammate out as well. That's a bomb there to support, but thus far the bomb site not quite clear just yet. Buster has been hiding out for quite a while, and maybe Jane can actually pull the attention towards himself. He doesn't need to, as Buster. Right now still Buster does get caught by Crucial. The bomb's going to be planted. Endpoint now with a slight advantage, although the weaponry surely speaks for VP as well, as Jane now going to be on that AK flashbang through. An explosive re-entry, and that's not going to happen. Crucial to shut him down. And it looks like Yekindar's days might also be numbered.
He's going to save the AK. Yeah. But Buster, it was all on Buster. If he had hit that shot, if he had stayed alive with getting the 1 frag, that would have been the round for VP. Endpoint, on the other hand, though, Crucial with his crucial shots, with his crucial decision-making, saves the day. And even though it's an exit frag by Yekindar, the damage is dealt. Endpoint secured themselves the 2nd round, and that is going to be a perfect start to the T side. As, you know, we did kind of mention, Endpoint, they are the underdog, absolutely, but they are also a contender. They absolutely can also bring up to the platter what other teams do when they face off VP, at least of the same caliber, or at least similar caliber. And we can see here Mighty Max. Good tag. It's an eco round, so you know there's not much to lose here for the side of VP, but it's an annoyance, and it's just a, I guess you could say, a demoralizing effect, basically.
It's going to be interesting to see how VP, of course, then get back into this right now. You're not going to be forcing around that AK, as you want to get back on your feet with weaponry as soon as possible. The T's here taking easy control of mid and then looking to close out over towards B bombs. And of course, always a chance there for USP, for CZ to find success. But right now, the damage only going one way, and Endpoint kills the AK from Yekindar. Not going to be doing too much. But Buster, yet again, staying quiet on the B-bomb site, is going to find one. But 1 kill might be all they're going to get. Yekindar at 3 HP, falling back, looking to keep that AK going. At the same time now, him and Sanji, there's not a whole lot to actually be saved through, apart from Yekindar with the body armor and also the AK, and Sanji can certainly try and help him achieve that, but it looks like Flame already doing a good job. Molly not actually deployed in towards Pit, and I love that. Doesn't know where the player is exactly. He does find him after all with the Mac 10. $600 into $300, and also you save that Molly through. That's $400 you get to keep in your pockets. And certainly something where the T's can now build a little bit of a utility or pocket already. So they can further invest into utility in the rounds to come if they now get trouble from VP. And this is certainly the round to go.
And you know it's going to be trouble from VP, right? We know that. I mean, right now it's going to open up with VP having the op-up on Jame as always. We've got the rifles coming out in the full swing. Interestingly, not a single kit. I'm not fully sold on that idea that they're playing without a kit. But okay, good nade though. Crucial and surreal. By the hands of Yekindar will drop down to 49 and 46 HP. That's an insane amount of damage with a single HE. And that's how much $300 can do. So look at the effectiveness of that, eh? In any case, though, Endpoint, they're looking for an A split. Through short, through long. They're trying to hit this one best they can. And here comes the push through long as well. That is now set, as it is going to be Sanji holding the drop. It's Flames that refrags, and Tyler, this looks like an actual commitment. Yekindar gets caught in Goose. Ooh, yeah, this is a save already, I think, for VP. Especially since they don't catch the cross with the bomb.
And that's kind of the point where VP not really holding on towards long enough. I am kind of always a fan of, well, one in towards mid, one over towards the B bomb site, one holding short, but then doing double long. Having two players on towards long usually gets you a little bit more safety in that direction, and that's certainly something that VP could pull into consideration. Of course, we do have to remember it is their own map pick. Yes, it's still early in the game. It doesn't matter if you go 4, 5, sometimes even 6-0 down. You can certainly recover from a stage like that, but at some stage in the next 3, 4 rounds, you need to have some shimmer of hope to try and get around in. Otherwise, Endpoint might just start to run away with this one. We know how they always start on the T sides, and they're certainly not stopping anytime soon. The pace is there, and it's certainly working out. VP, though, of course, bring 3 weapons through. They can then support Yekindar and Sanji with further reacquisitions. So it is still going to be a competitive round, but they'll have to think about what they actually want to bring to the setup in this round, because I'm guessing that Endpoint are going to put further pressure over towards long with the ease that they just got out, and you can already see it on the radar. Smoke flashbang out towards long, nobody contesting it for VP.
There's a boost in short, so yeah, this boost will secure them the entry. That's great. VP, they've decided that instead of playing for long control and really early on vying for it, they're going to go to counter other positions. And I love this from VP, actually. They're pushing top or upper halls of B. They're definitely, looking aggressive towards short. And now with already an entry secured, the only thing they have to do here is play smart. Let Jame be in his position. Let Jame be with his trusty op. And this is going to be a tough one. A very tough one. In any case, let's see how this goes. As Sanji comes out wide with the flash. Crucial will refrag. They know there's somebody in Gandalf. Absolutely, they must be aware of it. As it is Jame that takes the shot, but Yekindar burns Crucial alive. And we do see that Endpoint is finally coming up to an abrupt halt as they're losing control. And there we go. VP should be able to secure victory now from this point forward. Jame comes out of the corner, and it is going to be the first round to VP. It costs them a little bit. It takes them a little bit of time, but they finally get it. And I love the fact that they do not contend for long immediately, really. You could immediately see that boost on short, go for the peak, deny the flank, or at least the lurk, and voila, you've got yourself the round.
Yeah, I still think that if Endpoint would have contested long a little bit quicker and actually would have pushed up, then it would have been more trouble. But in the end, yes, it works out. And I also love 2 players in towards Gandalf. If you find one, and don't expect Jame to also be in that corner, because thanks to the smoke, you weren't quite aware of who is going to be there. And you get 1 kill, well, surely there's not going to be a kill. It all worked out for the phases around. Short quick boost doesn't work out. But at least the nade in to do a little bit of damage. Surreal already down to 9 HP early on in this round. Find an early kill for them. However, mid, mostly open. They're keeping the focus on the bomb sites. And I love this as well, that Sanji is going in towards CT spawn. But now he can certainly readjust from that position quite easily.
Well, short control going to be contested for. It does look like finally Endpoint, well, not finally, but rather they've switched it over to the classic defaults. They are gathering up on short, so if I'd had to wager, I'd say this is a execution, yet might not be a full commitment to this, especially with 2 players being left outside mid and outside B. Yep, Flames. There's the entry. Unfortunately, Buster is ready. Or luck.
Fortunately enough for VP right now, still on the other side of that smoke, it is still Yekindar ready and waiting to it, but his damage also not going to come through as great as he expected. Still, he gets an assist and the kill also earlier on, so really Jane now has all the work cut out for a great flashbang, grabs 2 kills, just as easy as that to secure the round. Jane, of course, gets a lot of flack every so often, but at least in that situation, grabs himself the kills, helped out his teammate as well. And at the end of it, it's a second round for VP, and it's their way to get straight back into the game. They were never really out of it. So of course, if you lose the first 4 or 5 rounds, it doesn't really matter. That's his side, then you lose the first rifle round, and then you get straight back in after. And it all works out fine. Just the most important thing is now to keep these consecutive rounds going, have a little bit of a budget going as soon as Endpoint get back into it. Pistols close range, they are dangerous. These seconds are there ready in support.
Oh,
And,
yes.
well, not just
I love
supporting,
it.
but shutting down.
Look at just the fact how well he plays that, how well he closes it out. It's absolutely gorgeous to watch. Yekindar and his quality just, look at this. This is exactly what you want to see out of a rifle. And how a rifle to be utilized. Just beautiful stuff, really. And the fact that he pulls back and not looking for more after he gets hit, after he drops down to 10, 20 HP, that just tells you how smart of a player and how good of a player this is. And yeah, this is going to be Endpoint down to a single round difference. They have AKs out again, but this time, once more, the boost on short will be countered. Mighty Max reading that like an open book. Oof, okay, that's gonna hurt a little bit, especially with Jane being the one to be caught. That's the upper down. Yekindar has upgraded into the up itself. Though VP, they've got a very stretched defense, especially towards middle. This is gonna be hard to hold if it's a B split. An Endpoint, they might have a way into this round.
Still CT smoke down, Buster close range should have that first opener depending on his timing with the peaks and also how Surreal are going to go at this. Surreal though just straight out, finds the headshot as well.
Yeah, round is gone.
Nothing to contest with for VP. And yeah, you can already see with VP, they stagnated over towards the A-bomb, so it's all about just getting through. And at the same time, I mean, Endpoint right now, sure, you can maybe send 1, maximum of 2 players out hunting. Because, yet again, you need to build up your own economy. And that's something that VP certainly have for the moment. So as long as they keep all 3 players alive, they can theoretically also lose Sanji. He can be dropped by a teammate. I mean, they have that money in their pockets. Still, I like the way that Endpoint is doing it right now, not overstretching just yet, waiting to actually play this together, use their utility that they do still have, retake certain parts, but as well VP using their smokes, using maybe also if they need to. The fact that it's not going to be necessary, and that's $1,200 yet again just brought through in that part alongside the other utility. But yeah, you can see plenty of money to buy still, so no problems in that regard. VP though, they win 3 in a row, lose the next one, and Endpoint at least can still build on that lead that they have built.
That's the thing, Endpoint, with this early start that they were able to begin, it really gives them, you know, a bit of a running boost, I guess you can even say. In any case, we're looking at a very defaulty setup by Endpoint, not even looking for too much aggression, be it either towards middle or short. And I want to see if they again look to go for that B split perhaps. Smoke on Xbox. And a very standard procedure by the looks of it. As they encroach on towards short and middle. It's a bit of a time burner though. This is the problem for Endpoint. They'll have to face off it at one point anyway. Taking this much time to even get towards middle will cost them even more time to to get anywhere else. Flames opens it up, but unfortunately, it was Yekindar that's ready for the refrag. And the adjustment for VP is that now there are 2 players on B. Oh, another one being spotted on long. Surely they will be aware of the fourth push, and yes, they are. James finds one. There goes Yekindar with the second, and the mid push is immediately denied by Kiekert, already rotating over to CT. Now Flames, no smoke, no utility. 30 seconds. He has no option but to go and commit here. The loss bonus is too great to be passed up now.
Yeah, I think he could maybe still take a player out. It's not going to happen as VP do keep 4 players going, win the round as well. And even here, like having a small little back and forth tussle isn't even all too bad. Especially if VP can now string more rounds after that single one. They will be able to bring Endpoint down to their knees for a bit. You've already mentioned, of course, loss bonus is going to be there, but if Endpoint do lose this round without keeping any players alive, then, well, they're going to be down to some sort of force. Then, of course, use the loss bonus in the rounds after. Straight back in. But at the same time, VP, they've got money in their pockets. Kiekert almost towards that 9k mark. Buster around 6k, Yekindar the same, and Jame around 5k as well. So there is enough money for the whole team to still buy. And right now, they're taking space in towards the bomb site. They know all that side of the map is clear, and they can fully focus in towards long. And right now, that'll still be very dangerous as Endpoint are close range already towards the bomb site. Outside lead, smoke down, covering off the Molotov as well. Right now, ready for everything as Buster and Jame already doing the damage. Sure, Endpoint are now trying to move out towards the site, but nowhere near clear. Start thinking about getting the bomb down.
Well, getting the bomb down is going to be a problem. Look at this. Flames is clearing up. Headshot, he gets Sanji. As Buster will re-Molotov the default spot. Ooh, it's a little bit wide. It actually hits the barrier here. More specifically, the ramp. Yekindar. All still nades. And unfortunately, in this case, Endpoint is the one on the losing side of these engagements. Although crucial through car, he's peeking out, getting himself one as he will be taken care of by Kiekert. It's going to be Robin in a 1-on-2. He's got the AK, he's got the time, and he's definitely got the option to win this. Unfortunately, Kiekert will immediately jump the gun as soon as the opportunity presents itself. And there it is, the tie is here, VP. Not only are they going to be able to pull this back into a 5-5, but also force another pistol buy coming out from Endpoint. Should be Kevlar's pistols and a little bit of utility for Endpoint at the very best. If they decide to invest here and go for a full rush, or excuse me, a full force, then they're in real trouble. But I think they're going to be able to at least go for like a mini buy, that's it, and they should be good and dandy moving forward.
Eagles coming out, you could have also brought a little bit more body armor. But at the end of it, yet again, Jame, great opening with the AWP onto Robin. That's a scout already gone. And Endpoint. The rest of the team all on Deagles. Some of them with body armor, some of them don't have any. And right now, shots are running out. Well, pretty much the program that we expected here. VP finding their kills. Yekindar with the double now from short. Does fall back from it as well. Gives them space. And it's down to a 2-on-5. For VP, it's most important to keep at least 4 players alive. At least all 5 would be the best. But yeah, I mean, right now, everything is coming up for them. Sure, you had 4 rounds off straight off the bat for VP, or for Endpoint, sorry. But since then, it's been VP getting back into the game, and the game that we expected from there on out. I would expect them to have take bigger lead towards halftime. Of course, it is their own map pick. They certainly know how to play Dust 2. No doubt about it. And this is now basically, in the past 7 rounds, 6 going the way of VP.
Yeah, the best part for them is the fact that they're able to pretty much build up an economy that is going to be very hard to break for the side of Endpoint. First of all, you can see that the bank for the majority of the players has risen to at the minimum of $4,000 or more, and that already creates a bit of a problem here. Endpoint, they can't really afford to lose rounds, and they can't really afford to not win rounds either. So it's a very convoluted position they're in. They lose this, and they're back to pistols and Kevlar if they don't plant, of course. They win this, and if they lose more than 2 or 3 players, they're in a very bad spot. So overall, Endpoint right now, they should be hard focused on just working as a unit to break onto the A side by the looks of it, and not give any sort of solo peeks towards long or towards B, because James is waiting, of course, on long itself. And there are 2 players on B that's going to be holding the line. So Endpoint know better than to bum rush something like this. Very good nade. Oh my, Flames down to 41. This is an excellent start. I have to say still, this is really just the best start that VP could have hoped for when it comes to losing 5-0 or 4-0 and finding a way back like this. It really couldn't be better. Albeit the fact that Endpoint have 5 rounds itself is proof that VP are not invincible, and above all else, that they are not perfect.
Yeah, I don't know. It's mostly just down to them losing pistol though, and then having the trouble to get started. But since then, it's kind of been doing all right here for them. Yekindar yet again going aggressive. They pay the price for it. Does find 1 kill. Jame, a little bit too aggressive towards long, and right now Endpoint certainly making them pay for that. Buster and Kikrit though are going to find kills.
Oh no
way! Just continuing on, all down to Flames, but he can certainly hold on from long, and he doesn't even need to peek as wide as he does, but he does find the success and can now bring it to a secondary 1v1 as well. But Kikrit, he can certainly hit these shots, and he'll do exactly that. Too tight of a round, but VP do take their 7th now to further extend that lead. But yeah, as you said, they can certainly challenge, but if they can actually still poke the bear as long as they want to is a whole different question, I think, right now.
PSA, poking bears is usually not good for your health, so people don't listen to Tyler's advice at poking the bear. If you see a bear in the wild, just do not turn your back to it. Become big, become loud so he hears you, and get the hell out of there step by step, going backwards. Usually that works. Or if it starts chasing you, well, go downhill. That's another great suggestion. In any case, it is going to be 7-5.
I made a joke because VP is a bear.
I know. Come on, I'm joking. I'm playing with you.
Crying.
Oh no.
Oh no, I'm just kidding.
Tyler.
I mean, right now, you know what? You know what's the best part? I don't see anybody else crying, and that's great.
Well,
because people in chat right now
are calm,
kind
aren't
of
they?
expecting this.
Yeah, exactly.
They were expecting VP to kind of maybe have a little bit of a slow start. It's a 9 AM start game. I mean, come on.
We expected this to be happening as well. I certainly hoped for Endpoint to prove their worth, to prove their quality, and they're doing this exactly so charmingly so.
Oh, and they know Yekindar's going to be in that corner. He's done it too many times.
Yeah, he's going to move out of there. It's a one-and-done spot. If you don't have support from side, if you don't have somebody else close range, usually it's a very easy spot to clear. And as soon as the smoke goes, they would have seen his shoulder, they would have seen his side, and, well, he would be in dire trouble. Pop flash, I guess. They want to do this one. Yep, here comes the push through short. It's going to be a pop flash from Goose as Yekindar is playing from ramp. And here comes the big flash as Kikert finds 2. The spray down by Sanji, and Yekindar again delivering. The hold on long, the hold on short, it seems to be on point as VP are controlling this the way you'd imagine one to be able to, especially the likes of VP. And individually, they are better. Individually, they're performing better, and they're definitely hitting their shots. As you said, it takes them a few moments, it takes them a few rounds to wake up the old machine, or at least to warm up the old engine. But they seem to be getting on point here, and this is going to be very hard for Endpoint to break. I mean, the fact is they pushed with 4 players through short, and they're unable to get a single frag. Well, actually, the single frag they do get is not really going to be enough, I guess, in the end to pull them through. Pistols and Kevlar, as mentioned, they are in dire trouble right now, Endpoint. 8-5, as 5 rounds for T-side of Dust is not exactly optimal. And look at the great utility usage out of VP as well. They've been hitting these nades so well.
Yet again, double in towards mid. Sure, it is only up against those pistols, but they can also hit headshots, make his life miserable. but he finds a 4K. James really been strong on the AWP here today, and that's what you need, especially going into a Dust 2. You need to find that control in towards mid with the AWP. You need to find those shots in towards long as well, and he's certainly been adjustable, and everything's been working out for him. Nice couple of rounds now, as it is just continuing on here. 6 rounds in a row as they look to make it 7 to still have that double-digit lead going in towards halftime. As soon as VP have settled in this game, seems pretty set, of course. When it comes down to the vetoes, a Dust 2, a Mirage, also not all too bad for Endpoint. I think Mirage certainly later on can get interesting with them starting on the T side again. Would love to see them be just as quick and aggressive as they were yesterday in their game. And maybe they would still have a chance to push it on towards a full 3 mapper, towards Inferno. I think everybody here tuning in is kind of expecting most of these games today to be mostly. We do have a high caliber of invited teams in the tournament.
Yeah, the prediction is, you know, that both VP and Gambit will win this. These 2 best of 3s for themselves. How much and how? That's the question mark, of course, but prediction is that they should win effectively in terms of odds and chances. Mighty Max, good control of lower. And a second player is coming in through, but he unfortunately is not suspecting it anymore. As James is holding long, that angle of attack is going to be very dire for the side of VP. They need that kill. James needs to hit it. Buster still gets 1. As James will be able to turn it into a 2v2. This is a doable position to work from now on. 17 seconds as VP fail to hold long, but at least now they have a bit of a gap in the smoke as well to fuse. The jump spot being spotted and being checked. The timing here, the timing, Robin though. What a beautiful moment here as Robin literally jumps onto the edge and takes the chance and absolutely decimates the side of VP. There we go. 9-6 final score for the first half. This is not bad anymore. I mean, getting 6 rounds T side of Dust, the choice of VP, I'd commend them for that.
Yeah, certainly not a bad start from them to the game. And let's see, maybe even, of course, if they win Pistol, they can be straight back into it. And they can certainly go double digits themselves if they get to that part. Let's see how that Pistol is going to go. Of course, yesterday as well, Endpoint, they were quite decent on their pistols. Still here and there had their troubles. And that, they were able to beat Sangle, and I think that's what we expected as well. But 2 games, both going 16-11. I think if they have any sort of chance to win maps here, then it will be very, very tight. Of course, if people now go back and look at the stats, then sure, they were able to make a best of 3 already. VP against Endpoint, and it was absolutely the same lineups playing, but that was all the way back, basically second week of October, and a lot has changed since then. VP has definitely developed in a positive way. Endpoint kind of stagnated from that point. Still, right now, the pistol most important, and Endpoint right now having trouble over the speed bomb site. The cross star to be out, but nobody checking through to the corner. Great flashbang from Mighty Max there to try and help out, but it will be Kuker and James to find those first couple of kills. Buster a little bit late to the party, but Surreal ready for it. And him and Flames now have got their work cut out for them as they're moving in towards the B bomb site, and they will get shut down, all down to Surreal, looking for 3 quick and easy headshots, but just not going to happen. Down to 55 already. And well, nobody going to be peeking him in a big way. VP pick up this pistol, make it 10 on their own behalf.
Yeah.
And with that, it's a pistol round per team.
VP secure themselves double digits. They secure the dominant start. And this is where the fun kind of ends for the CTs. It's a force buy. We've got the Scout on Crucial. We've got the Nades, Deagles. All around, it's a full investment. And Endpoint, they are going to be putting all their eggs into one basket. Long control going to be contested for. I like this, because long is going to be the easiest to play for. if they hit their marks with utilities. But look at this fast short cross. I love this from VP. They're not going to be losing any time. They're not going to be losing any sleep. They rush straight through short and they're getting onto site. And there's nothing that can stop them. Endpoint have no position to really work from here. As Jamie, even with a Mac 10, he goes for the long range engagement. I'm not sure why, but he does. And as we can see, the result is pretty much as effective as it can be. VP should be able to get the 11th easily here. And even if Endpoint keep all 5 players alive, which isn't that bad of an idea, actually. Just keep all 5, no need to even lose a single player. You've got full buys. You can still try the next round once more and see if that could find any purchase for their success. But either way, 11-6, this is perfect. VP, well, they prove to be the better team as soon as they start winning again. And yeah, I mean, they absolutely always had been considered as the better team in this case. Endpoint, they're fighting up against a very strong current, but doesn't mean they can't fight back.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this one continues on. And of course, right now, in this one, they're up to 11 already. And as you said, of course, as Endpoint bring their weapons through, they will still remain dangerous with those in this next round to come. All comes down to the positioning, of course, but right now, Mighty Mac's the first one to be out in towards long. No support from his teammates there. Just do a little bit of damage with that nade before falling back. He should also go for that double boost up. Not have anybody towards CT. I'm actually surprised that they do stack towards shorts rather than going over towards the site right now.
I would have loved to see that boost, yeah. Maybe it would have been a frag on Yekindar they'd been able to get. Well, they'll still get it. They'll still get it. So my dreams come true. Yay. No. Endpoint. Great entry. Let's see if they can keep it up. Those Deagles, like I said, they could be utilized even later in rounds if you save with all 5. And certainly getting the entry, it's great. Let's see if there will be a second to be happening, though. Surreal has the Mac 10, comes out jumping from elevator. Unfortunately, there is no success to be had. Endpoint already realizing, you know what, maybe we should save again. We've got Kevlars. We can utilize that on our gun round and actually bring those Kevlars into the full buys, giving us those weapons as well. Excuse me, those utilities above all else as well.
Yeah, at the same time, you can hold towards CT, still take out some of the Galils that your opponents have, and that means that, of course, VP would have to reinvest. And at that point as well, it makes it more difficult. Of course, you're going to be limited, but again, it's only that one player that they find. If they would have found 2 more, then it would have come to a point where then VP would have invested to a point where they would have been on the brink of bankruptcy if now Endpoint take this one. But you can see still most of the players having enough money in the bank to still get a buy in that next. So they won't have that many issues.
Single kit though is what really irks me, and you know this. I get a little bit nauseous when I see a single kit. It's just like, come on guys, you need to have at least 2 minimum. 3 is the optimal amount, but 2 is like 1B, 1A, and you're good to go.
I mean, in this round, with them, of course, choosing utility and not even having full utility, then I'd rather just have 1 kit, have the availability. If everything hits the fan, then you're still ready for it to try and defuse. But at the same time, you're going to have enough utility just to keep those guys back, especially here towards short. Every nade, every Molotov that you have, potentially every smoke as well that you have is going to keep your opponents back.
That's the thing. It's going to buy you time, but it's not going to win you rounds, at least not fully. Endpoint, here comes the A play. Do they check Boost VP? Yes, they do. Of course they do. Yekindar and Kiekert both with the same entry. As if in sync, and right now, already with the A site being lost, Endpoint might have no choice but to draw back towards the B site and save already. Albeit Mighty Max and Surreal, they are encroaching into CT. Surreal, does he check above him? Surely he does. Nope, no, he does not. Yekindar, off angle, utilized and brutalized, and that is going to be enough. This is 13-6. Endpoint, unfortunately, are running out of juice. Although, good turning point here, at least in terms of frags. They get 2 more. but it does not
They
change
also
the
lose
fact.
one more rifle.
Yeah,
It's not like they're going to be reinvesting
exactly.
after that one.
Exactly.
They don't have the leftover cash, so of course they're going to be strapped for it. You can invest into Deagles besides that M4, and that's certainly something that they're going to do. But VP, they're moving towards 14, 15, and 16, and they only need 3 more rounds to start and close this game out. 4 in a row at the start of the second half. Let's see how VP can continue on this road. As right now already, their full setup is there and plenty of money to be spread around as soon as Endpoint actually come into effect, if they come into effect. Which is not expected in this round.
Let's see where this one is headed, as we have a boost on short, this time with Flames and the M4, but apparently VP are either wise to it or are just too good to be checked by it. Evading detection, and as we can see, the result is quite clear. VP are taking mid-control, smoke on towards those doors to allow passage through short safely. What's the plan here? Oh, they're actually going to push through. Holy smokes, Yekindar actually pushing through. Crucial. No, I was about to say Crucial. Surely he wasn't spotted, and, well, my spidey sense was tingling. Of course he was. Somehow Eekert or Yekindar was aware of that. Turns around, checks the corner, and sees him pushing back through smoke. Well, fair enough. 14 rounds to the side of VP. I gotta be honest here, Tyler. This is looking very one-sided right now. Endpoint, I mean, they were doing a good job in the first half. Here on the CT, though, they seem to be a little bit more lacking, and unfortunately, they can't really afford this anymore. Against VP, they seem to be hitting a bit of a tough spot. And I love this from VP, by the way. Yeah. Just default all the time. Every single round, it's a classic default setup. They're not even, you know, they're not doing anything crazy, even.
Yeah, I think the best part of that as well is just kind of, they're seeing our Endpoint going to go aggressive this time. Yes, Crucial, but he's not able to be punished. Mighty Max as well, finding the kill towards Buster, towards the B bomb site. And right now, it's 2 early kills for Endpoint, just as VP try to go for those first peaks. And well, they get punished at that, and that already taking the chances back out. It's a 3-on-5 situation, and they have to decide, where do you want to go with this round? Because you have to play together in that. You at least need to have a 2-on-1 setup. You want to go 2 towards short and 1 towards long. That is certainly a possibility, but towards long, you have Flames waiting there as well. And right now, Crucial over towards the bomb site already. He's found one with the op. No smokes. Well, gonna give him a second angle of attack.
Flames, he's gonna have to really help out Crucial here. The 2 players in CT, they're not gonna be extremely effective because they will not have angles of attack to work with, but look at the crouching Tiger. He's already made his way.
Sanji.
Oh boy, Sanji, the timing here as well. As the bomb is planted, the prevention of this corner position is perfect. As Sanji finds both. What? Sanji, how do you pull this one amazing moment off? Yeah, and sure enough, they win the round. Endpoint. It's their first in the second half, but damn, if that is not a painful round, nonetheless. It's a 5v3, and they barely scraped by. If they hadn't gotten rid of those 2 players coming through short, this could have gone a lot differently for VP.
Yeah, at the same time, Sanji, his timing was great, but at the same time, Endpoint, they also turn around towards long, and then they do deal the damage. Sanji, on his first initial spray, not as accurate as he wanted to be, and otherwise he could have had both kills before, and kills would have fell towards the bomb site as well. Unfortunate there, but it was a decent attempt. They were able to get the bomb down, and after losing the first 2 entries, they still made the best of it. They got the bomb down to 2. And with that, still made it really expensive for the CTs, but double op going to continue here. But they're strapped for utility, and of course for VP, they have plenty of money. They can buy in this one, they can buy in the next, even if they lose this. Of course, away from closing out their own map. Right now, quick push on the B bomb site, but already also damage being dealt by the Max. Still just trying to hide in the smoke. Certainly dealing damage here, but it will be Jame with his Molotov to actually take out the teammates. Doesn't matter though. They get the bomb planted 3-on-3. And look at how far back Kuker is still holding on towards those tunnels. It looks like the 3 players from Endpoint will make their approach play via ramp through door and window though.
Yeah, this is a straightforward take. Let's see if they can succeed. Jame having to reposition the op in the hands of Crucial could still be the crucial moment, but the lineups are coming through as Buster's holding the cross. It's now down to Robin. 1v3. No chance to win anymore, unfortunately. And neither do Endpoint have much of an option anymore either. I mean, 3 players are broken effectively here. Actually, 2, apologies. 2 players are broken effectively. And the 3 that do have the money to buy those weapons, they're going to be limited on utility, no kit. Was there an op dropped? I didn't actually see if there was one op. No, I don't think there was actually. There was not enough money for it. And yeah, map point already, Tyler. This is a predictable ending coming out for VP. Perhaps even taking them a little bit longer than initially thought of. And I think he just spotted it in the smoke. I'm fairly certain he did. Yes, he did. He even burns him. And this is where Endpoint now have to really put all their defense into a single point, where they will lose this map as easy as that.
Yeah, and right now, 5-on-4, of course, with that early entry. That's the thing. Easy for VP now as they push all 5 players in via long. Find that early kill, and right now there is still players towards the site and in towards CT. The damage is being dealt. VP, they're not overstretching just yet. They're taking their time on the approach to try and get that bomb down. It is going to be planted safe, but Flames still to get through is big, but it's not going to be enough. 16-7 at the end. VP, as expected, take the W on their own map pick. And with that, I think a 16-7, certainly a result that Endpoint can also kind of be happy about. I don't think that they really had too big of a chance to challenge VP here. Let's see what they can do, though, on that second map. Of course, Mirage, map pick of Endpoint, is going to be coming up after this break, so stick with us here at Snow Sweet Snow.
And welcome back, everybody, into our second map here of the first opening series of the quarterfinals, not the semis, quarterfinals. Semis come tomorrow. It is going to be VP versus Endpoint, and it is a Mirage, the choice of Endpoint this time around. And we're already on the pistol round to begin, as we can see again, Endpoint starting on the T side. They really have a tactic here that involves them starting on the T side every single time. But let's see if they can actually get it. It's going to be an A play with 3 men on the defense, 1 in jungle already. And on short, it's going to be Buster playing for the retake of B. It's a bit of a fake out, as we can tell. Rotations coming in by Jane. Perhaps a second, but no. Robin's going to be actually taking down Sanji, peeking Palace. This is perfect timing. And here comes the commission and the commitment by Endpoint towards the A site.
I love this as well, though, from Surreal. He's going to be top mid, and right now still just spying on towards short, keeping an eye on, making sure that you might be able to take out that player if he is to peek out towards short and check in towards mid. Right now, Buster still keeping an eye out, also keeping an eye on towards the B bomb site, and right now, Endpoint, they're not coming just yet. And that's mainly also down to the part that, of course, Mighty Max, he hasn't found too much information over towards the B bomb site, hasn't been able to pull a rotation, and that in main being down to Robin. Still, he should have spotted Surreal going in towards Con, and there you go, headshot going to be coming out. And right now, no reaction to try and support that on behalf of the T's. As right now, Bomb is still in towards ramp, and in from behind is Mighty Max. But the rest of the team needs to stay alive for long enough to actually try and support that, and right now it seems like Endpoint might even be falling apart, but Mighty Max now coming into effect in a 1v2. I think it is slightly too late here, actually.
They know where he's at, they know where he's coming from, and Noob Corner is going to be the one and only Yakindar waiting, and he will be able to win the duel as VP secure themselves the first pistol of Mirage. They will open it up. Mighty Max, as you said, his flank was good, but his teammates needed to stay alive a little bit longer, or Mighty Max needed to be a little bit faster. Either way, it is going to be the first round to the side of VP, and, well, the Polar Bears are not giving this one up that easily. As Endpoint... a nice little attempt with a B fake. I love that idea. Unfortunately, the execution just wasn't perfected, I guess. And they still waited such a long time is what really sells the story, right? The fact that they, they execute B, or at least they fake B, and then they wait an additional few moments before they even commit anywhere, which should sell it even better. But apparently, such tough luck. Flames finds an entry crucial, and Mighty Max. Bit of trading on middle done. Very good stuff.
Yeah, lots of damage actually being dealt by VP, but it's just not enough just yet. You need to get those kills. If after that round you put into chat, well, I don't know, 79 in 2, it's still not going to be enough. You have to get those kills done. Takes 100 to take out your opponents, and right now, at least they're already taking up a little bit of space. Ramp is going to be cleared out. And I love the fact that Endpoint, they have this on their radar. They're keeping an eye on T-spawn before they actually head in towards those B apartments. And right now, Sanji might get his work cut out for him. But right now, actually, the bomb's still going in towards underground. But it will probably be a B execution. And look at Keeker coming in from behind. And with the current timing, it should just be Mighty Max around the corner, but he's actually still keeping an eye on Connector, and with that, he should fall. Oh, the timing there. Just about unseen, and now he can hear the player on short as well.
Oh,
Keeker falls easily as that's actually dropped his FAMAS ahead of time, looking for the different weapon. It doesn't work out, and right now, Endpoint looking to get this round done.
Are they really gonna... Yeah, they're gonna go for this. No kit, by the way, so they really have to be quick about this. And with the MP9 up on Robin, this could be very dangerous very quickly. There comes a little bit of a lineup. Robin, yep, there's the ending. And that's it. That should be the end of the round. There is no chance VP get the round anymore. Endpoint, this is even better than starting off with a pistol victory. Yeah. It breaks the CT economy. It breaks their hold onto these rounds, and it's perfect. Endpoint first is theirs, and what a way to open it up, isn't it?
Yeah, and the thing is still, I mean, VP, yes, they do a little bit of damage up towards top mid, but yet again, Endpoint are out there. They end up hitting those headshots, and it's all fine for them. So, of course, in their own map pick, especially now on the T side, they like to start on. Let's see what they're going to do here. As, of course, 3 SMGs going to be coming out, but this already from the smokes looking like early mid-control. Yeah, smoking towards window, smoke towards top connector. And they just start running out. Oh, still, it should be a kill towards short right now. It will be Flames to find Buster. But Yekindar returning through the gap of the smoke. It's that Deagle. Oh, the nade.
Oh, what?
Doing less damage than expected, only
What?
down to 84.
How?
Well, he obviously made it over towards jungle, and the nade exploded right underneath the hole up towards ladder room. From how it was thrown, at least. Oh, and they don't check connector. Come on, guys. You're better than this on the side of Endpoint. So does find one, finds a second, and almost a third as well on towards Sanji. It's all going to be down to Robin. Bomb dropped in towards mid.
And
they
know
are
it's
aware,
coming
okay,
already.
he could be coming
They're
from
aware of
ramp,
it.
and
Yep,
there you go.
there's the tag.
Damage dealt.
Well, I ain't gonna lie, this is definitely wonky, this is definitely unexpected, and VP, they secure
Straight back
themselves a victory. Back in exactly like that, just like nothing ever happened. Endpoint immediately timeout being utilized, and I like this tactical timeout to be thrown out there. Gamdom's odds, as we can see, 1.07 to 7.5 of Endpoint. I don't know, man. It sounds like it's pretty much on point, but, you know, we'll see. In any case, tactical timeout here to discuss what the hell they can be doing, what the hell they should be doing. Mighty Max Kevlar's out, Deagle's out, Utility what they can afford. And this is going to be... If you'd be a betting man, Tyler, what would you say they will do here with this execution? I could call a B hit.
Yeah, probably. Actually, I would expect something quick towards mid as well as they're doing right now. But yeah, everything looking like something towards B. 3 players already towards those T apartments, but actually underground.
Yeah.
And further control in towards mid is also an idea. I don't know, I mean, if you would have put a secondary smoke also down towards short, you could have tried running down short as well. Kind of that quick pushing play, but taking slower mid-control is also something that I like. I'm a killer for that mid-control in Mirage, to be honest. And right now, they know that Buster is somewhere close range. Right now, all eyes just trained on that position. Already, Flames out towards jungle. Nobody holding on to his position, but Jade is going to find one. Flames giving his position away, finding a kill though as well. And Mighty Max
Very
coming
important
in.
for Yekindar to win that duel. That was pretty much the vital moment in the round itself. Could have been the turning point. Ooh, Sanji getting caught. Yeah, this is a bit of a problem, and you can see Yekindar and Jame already locked out of position. Yeah, it's going to be an eco endpoint. Well played.
Back and forth.
Yeah, we're kind of exchanging a few rounds here, and this is lovely to see. Finally, some life out of the side of Endpoint as well in terms of overall competitiveness. The thing is to remember that they did take 6 rounds on the T side of Dust, so we should expect them to take at least as many here on Mirage, if not more. And then the question, of course, on everybody's mind is how will they perform on CT yet again? Dust was a disappointment, but Dust is Dust, and, well, Mirage is a very different kind of beast. In any case, Endpoint, it will get another round tied up and force the CTs back onto, well, a full commitment with pistols and Kevlar. Surely Jame and Yekindar drop SMGs, though, right? They should. Even the P250 to be dropped to Kiekert in this case, or anybody of the 3. Or do they even...
Yeah.
Just go for... No, of course they buy. Yeah, it's logical. Like, why wouldn't they? They have a double eco anyway.
Yeah, you might as well. And surely that is then going to finally put a stop on this crazy back and forth. Let's see, though. They've found success on Eagles before, and already Jade with this op in towards mid has a decent angle. Nobody on behalf of Endpoint to be keeping that just yet. his adjustment as well. Spots the
Oh,
player
that
out,
was
but does
close.
get baited by the shoulder peek here. Kuker close range here, being pre-fired. Staying hidden for the moment, does have Yekindar in behind to try and help him out. At Endpoint, they're well aware of this at the moment.
By the way, Saw just won against Ent 16-11 on train. Holy smokes. I just checked and was like, wow.
Didn't that come out before the game started?
I didn't... Did it?
I'm pretty sure that I saw that in the
Oh,
info screen.
I just saw it.
It
I
doesn't
just saw it
matter.
here. Oh, I'm a little bit slow, sorry.
Yeah, all good. But yeah, I think a lot to be expected from that game. I think a lot of people expected Ents to certainly be the stronger side, and the bets also reflected that. But Saw, definitely a reason why they were invited to the tournament as well. So we'll see how that goes. But right now in this game, it seems like Endpoint might get the upper hand here in this starting trouble here.
Let's see how this goes, as it is going to be
Yekindar though.
Yekindar, yeah.
Kill there.
Though unfortunately losing already a player in CT is not really going to make their life any easier. Jame with the op has to find a connection as well, and soon. The player in noob corner is waiting and waiting patiently. No kit means that's a problem. As Sandwich is not cleared out, Crucial will actually be caught, and now they know that the last player is in Palace, but unfortunately there is very little time left, if any time at all. And actually, yeah,
it was tight. But
it looked
not
tight.
enough.
I'm not sure how much was left. Maybe a second or a second and a half. But yeah, it was tight for sure.
It seemed to have already been progressed enough. Of course, Gambit here.
Yeah.
Our main sponsor for the tournament. Without them, it wouldn't be possible to get big teams like this in the tournament. As of course, well, we do have $100,000 on the line for each of these Snow Sweet Snow tournaments. And of course, the second edition already been announced with the early invites to the regional tournaments there. So definitely stick around for that and make sure to check out Gambit.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Don't forget that.
Go in for you guys, but do bet responsibly. There is always a chance. Of course, that does go the other way.
Let's see how this goes. As VP, they have a full eco with a few deagles that just support the hold a little bit. Well, I say a little bit, but that's pretty forgive my French, pretty effective. It is going to be Endpoint walking onto A side though, unfortunately. Okay, nice shot. I thought that was a deagle almost hitting. That's the bomb drop, actually. Hold up. That's a problem. That's a bit of a problem that right now VP, or excuse me, in this case, Endpoint might not have a means to deal with, especially since there is no smoke available to them.
Oh, still James. This is his second shot.
Oh,
Sanji's
that's another bomb drop again towards connector.
And that's the thing.
No.
Flashbang sure to maybe help out, but it is the counter smoke to try and keep them at bay. And right now,
No
AK
bloody
to be
way.
recovered for Kuker as well. And now Jame a little bit more close range, already holding on to this. No big peaks necessary as he can keep an eye on from connector as well. And Robin, with 10 seconds now on the clock, he has spotted out the shoulder and he will take out the op.
8 seconds. He does not have enough time to plant. Yeah. Holy!
Just about make it to the op to get it back. And I did not expect this back and forth to actually continue.
Dude, that's all thanks to Jame. That's all thanks to Jame. The only reason why they win the round. Because he saves the op. So see, Jame time actually means good time. And by the way, Jame is 6-1, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, we are in 7 rounds and he is 6-1. This guy, he knows what he's up to.
And the thing is, it's not like he's always just had that op. He's just kind of getting back into it. And of course, the first couple of rounds, it was all down to those deagles, and he still showed a couple of kills there. He's second on the scoreboard on that first map as well. Dust 2, Yekindar right on top. And still, I mean, everybody on the side of VP apart from Buster, was stronger than Endpoint when it comes down to one field. Of course, it was a 16-7 scoreline at the end, so you'd expect something along those lines. But right now, Yop of Jame pulling the most attention, but of course 2 M4s of a crossfire there as well. Right now, Jame picking up 2 kills, Kutra in with 1 as well. And of course, it is only up against those pistols as an easy shutdown.
Yeah.
But they choose the right bomb site. They're there, ready and waiting, and they grab the kills easy as that. You can always lose a player or 2 against a setup, and this is now the first time that both teams are able to grab 2 rounds in a row. And we'll see if Endpoint can react and sell and get maybe even 3 rounds in a row now. As they're still looking to, of course, be a force to be reckoned with on their own
out of
here.
pit.
Oh, wow, and he finds that
Okay.
counter immediately. And that,
Mighty
of course,
Max.
is going to be the catalyst.
There's
They're all out on top of the A bomb site, and the bomb's going to be planted as well.
This could work perfectly so for Endpoint, and they will peek out at the right time. Robin and Mighty Max, they make it happen, but no! They miss on the timing, and Flames, unfortunately, with only a Glock. And at the end there, cannot make anything happen. But a great deal of damage, though. Absolutely.
They get the bomb down,
Exactly.
get 3 kills.
Great
What else
eco.
do you expect from a round like that?
Well, I mean, they did get the advantage. They did get the double peek in towards Connector. I think it almost looked like for a second that they would have been able to win the round if they had at least kept 1 player alive. But a nice attempt and a nice eco execution coming out from Endpoint. The bomb plant gives them extra money. They do not go for the AWP, at least not by the looks of it. Though still the challenging moment comes ahead of them as it is now 5-3. Endpoint with a full set of utility. They go for the mid execution. I like this. Smoke onto short, smoke onto windows. See the quick cross to short itself. Smoke into... Second smoke into window. I am not sure what's going on here, but it looks like that they want a quick cross in towards B by the looks of it. Maybe Connector, but B more than anything. Ooh, bit of a one-way. You see this gap? This is what Jame will abuse. If anybody comes into his crosshair, he will pay the price for crossing Jame. Or will they? Yes, they will. At least for 1. Oh, he spots him in stairway. That's very important right now for the side of the CTs, that they know that there's a player in stairway. Keykurt will be dropped, but Sanji...
Yekindar!
Oh, what?
He basically gets that kill for free, thanks to the flashbang, and Mighty Max still hiding in the corner. And it is going to be down to a 1-on-4 with Robin not really having any sort of perspective within this round.
Look at the damage for VP. Like, they're so low on HP, but still, they're able to push it back 6-3 as Endpoint are again thrown into the pit of despair here. $3,300 across the board, give or take, in the bank of the Endpoint boys. And unfortunately for them, they will only be able to go for pistols and Kevlar. A mini buy, upgraded round if you want to call it that. And VP, they're handling this perfectly, my dude. Like, they are really just absolutely locking it down like there's no tomorrow here.
Oh, and Yekindar already finding the first one here. Of course, yet again, it's only down to those Deagles, but Endpoint, they had their moments certainly with those earlier as well. But right now, VP yet again just trying to keep everybody alive in this round. Of course, for those CTs, that's most important. They haven't built their economy thus far. Yekindar survives on 1 HP.
One
that
shot.
hurts. Yeah.
Oh,
7-3 though. After that early tussle, it has now turned out very, very strong for those guys from VP.
I was about to say, like, after that early start where Endpoint actually looked really good, I mean, now 5 rounds in a row passed like there's nothing for VP, and yeah, this advantage is definitely going to be a problem for Endpoint to handle, because this is the round they need to start bringing it back home if they do not wish VP to run away with at least 9 rounds at the very minimum amount of rounds gotten. And Yekindar, again, he gets the frag, gets out of it, gets the second. How does he get the second there? As Crucial is about to be dropped dead as well. Pushed through. B House is coming in, and the CTs have them surrounded on all accounts. This is horrifying for Endpoint. Robin and Flames. they can't really do it all, can they?
Yeah, at least not in that moment. And right now, still, Robin and Flames are trying to do their best here. James does actually fall back from this, and that mainly down to the part that they do have the bomb dropped. And that's why everybody giving them space. Just saying, okay, well, have the A-bomb set if you want it, but we're going to hold on to your bomb for safekeeping. That is going to take further time back out of it. James finds another. And this is going to be the lead secured towards halftime.
Man, I love Yekindar so much and his quality. Like, the fact that, you know, he had gone through the process of Prosto and such, the experience there, and you know, how much he already carried back then. Now in VP, it seems like his wings have come unfurled, really. It seems that he has truly found his stride and his position where he thrives and just keeps on improving with every single past map and series. And I gotta be honest, VP are looking dangerously good here in this second map. 8-3 Endpoint is now running on juice. That is slowly dissipating as we do see it's an A execution. It's going to be pistols in Kevlar. It's going to be a bit of a run out from Palace as well. But it's mostly going to be an A execution with a few smokes to try and support this push to get the bomb plant at the very least. In any case, here we go. Maybe pistols will find more purchase than rifles for Endpoint. It wouldn't be the first time we see it.
Right now, bomb being planted here, no problem for Endpoint, as right now, Flames close range towards Connector, and actually 2 players here, 3 players in towards window for VP.
Both missing.
And this round can still turn out really, really bad for them as Flames double kill now on the Deagle. Smoke down towards Connector, and 3 players focused in towards her. Lots of damage to be dealt. Bomb is ticking, but they do have the defuse kits to work with right now. The defuse already coming through.
Is he gonna get it? No, he's
Why
not.
is Kukert without a kit going for the defuse instead of one of the 2 players that has a kit at his disposal?
Well, you should ask VP that because they didn't really think about it. 8-4, Endpoint. They win on a force buy. I love it. Not even a full force buy, just a upgraded round commitment. I absolutely adore this, and that is going to be a perfect start. Or at least a perfect ending if they can get at least one more here. Double up didn't work out for VP as well. I'm not sure why they played the double up at all. Kukert Buster doesn't seem like the best choice for a secondary up. In any case, push towards top mid. Kukert getting a little bit of control, but crucial. That happened so quickly. Nobody can even control that. This Kukert wins the duel on short as well, or at least through short, and now pushes back to B. Endpoint start where they left off. Behind. James is so quick, man. I love it.
Yeah. And right now, sure, I mean, they lose one, but straight back in, of course, the early advantage speaking words here. Flames to find Sanji as well. A little bit late there, but I think Robin was just about spotted. No, all in eyes of Flames. And he does make it work. James, though, finds Robin. And all down to a 1-on-2. James looking to make it 4 in this round, and he does exactly so. Well, James is on top of the leaderboard now on the server here.
18
kills from his side.
2 deaths. I don't like the fact that he died twice is amazing.
Yeah, that's for one part. He's hitting his shots, and for the other part, as chat is probably going to point out, James time. I mean, always coming into effect. But how many rounds have they had now where they had 4 or 5 players alive?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's also the fact that even if it's just James time, the fact you can save already that many times is amazing.
Yeah.
Usually you can save like 2-3 times, not like literally 15. Oh, Yekindar. Yeah,
he spots the legs, and Mighty Max doesn't even realize it before it's too late.
What can I say? A B push at Endpoint might not actually have anything to deal with as Sanji finds 2 crucial burns flames. Oh no, a disaster.
Because he had the
Disaster.
Molotov out and then they get killed.
Yeah, he was already, his Molotov was already, how do you say, in his hands, burning, ready to be thrown. But unfortunately, as he dies, he drops it and burns his teammate as well, Robin. 1v4.
So unfortunate.
This is a disaster. It is a disaster. I think there's no other way to describe this besides pretty much the downfall of Endpoint here. 10-4, and it looks like it might just go 11-4.
Yeah, really, really unfortunate there, but it's another 2 rounds in a row for VP, and what a first half here on the CT side. And that's unfortunate there. He already lit the Molotov, then gets killed, the damage was dealt, the Molotov finishes it off.
Yeah.
Of course now, 5 AKs and a lot of speed to work with over towards short, but yet again, I mean, VP, they're ready and waiting. Sure, Buster is going to drop towards B bombs it, but Sanji's still there. The nade only to little effect, but James has now also come in to try and support. Of course, lots of options open for Endpoint. Do they go B? Do they maybe even go A via connector, as the rotations have surely happened already? But Sanji does not find the kill against Mighty Max, and this now opens up the B bomb site for Endpoint. And already Mighty Max already out further than expected from James. Keeker is there to support. Has got his teammates back. Oh, like James. He just does not even care. Close range, no scope. And
I'm
all down
enjoying
to
this.
Robin.
I wish I was just a viewer here because, well, I might as well be because this is just beautiful to watch.
VP
like-
are taking us out for a ride right now.
Yeah, they're
I'd
like,
love to see it.
okay, lads, let us show you how this is supposed to be played, how this game is supposed to go, and what we're supposed to do. Well, this is as good as it gets. VP 11-4. It's a dominant show of hand. Endpoint. Let's kind of set up the scenario for them. First of all, they have to go up against James, who's already, you know, notorious for his stuff, for his saves, for his quality. And then second of all, they have to go up against the rest of VP that are absolutely crazy good right now. I mean, look at Yekindar, 19 frags. Look at Sanji at 15. And Buster and Kiekert, who usually perform pretty well as well, are actually really quiet in this match, so, or in this map specifically. So I can't imagine how this could look if they could get even more frags on the board. But the pistol is here. Let's see what happens as a mid push comes on. It's going to be a connector play and a connector commitment and a smoke into jungle. I like this. They might transition into jungle itself. This is perfect. Crucial might get absolutely pincered in if he does not hit a few of those headshots. And no, Kiekert will take his head off immediately. In Sandwich, Surreal is checked, but it's Flames that gets caught as Surreal is trying to defend the line from Ticket. Successfully so for the moment. 3v3 ensues, and in connector, Mighty Max prevents the plant. Still doesn't get the kill, though. No, Mighty Max. He needed
And
that
Robin,
frag.
though, coming in right now from behind and not going to have him on the radar. That's bomb dropped. And now, of course, both players are well known. One towards ramp, one in towards CT. And right now, Robin does not need to peek, but he takes his life. And, well, Surreal now in 1v2. Might as well make it 1v1 as Sanji is down to just 4. But Yekindar needs to delay a little bit longer.
Yekindar needs to
He's
stay
out
alive.
in the
He
open,
needs to stay alive.
but Sanji doesn't even come into effect. It is going to be Yekindar. I mean, that takes some to be out in the open for Yekindar, but he was so sure of himself. And of course, 21 kills definitely reflects that confidence as well.
Yeah,
The
absolutely
third pistol
does.
here.
Well, it is going to be an opportunity for the side of Endpoint to still keep this one in check if they can. 4 SMGs and an AK is what they're going to be dealing with. MP7 even, that's something you don't see every day. It becomes a rarity to have that weapon in play. Is this actually a B commitment? Because it looks like it. This would be insane.
Reevaluating here.
Yeah.
The thing is, they actually pretty much just took 35 seconds and didn't really do anything. Sure, maybe unsecure parts on the side of Endpoint, but they're just holding on to their normal angles. Smoke now down in towards the apartments, already rotate back over towards the A bomb site, and Endpoint arguably now has better positions than they had initially, starting off here on the A site.
Definitely, they've read this a lot better. They seem to have the right idea what is coming their way. The question is, can they hold it though? Well, certainly they can try.
Robin
Oh no,
does
that
not
miss.
hit the damage though.
It's going to be a problem. The AK and the Mech-10s, don't forget, they can be absolutely deadly at the right time, at the right place. Oh no, the Deagle of Crucial needed to hit that, and no! The weapons just simply fall apart against the Mech-10s. As I said, it's a problem, and indeed, right now, Robin and Mighty Max, maybe they can do something here, but the answer is a resounding bloody no, as 13-4 comes up on the board. It's 14-4 most likely, as this is a full eco for Endpoint. And it is the last chance that they'll have on the round of 19, or the 19th round.
I think for one part, sure, their chances weren't even all too bad, because you have to consider, okay, well, if he finds that first scout headshot into his connector, Yekindar is taken out. You have the support coming in from jungle. You also have a little bit more confidence after hitting the first headshot, so you're looking for more. And after that doesn't come to fruition, then of course VP, they're out in force, they're doing their work, and in the end the SMGs are strong enough. And I mean, I love to keep those 3, sometimes even 4 SMGs going.
Yeah, why not?
Get the damage in, get a lot of extra cash. You're not going to be scrapped for it in the long run then either. Robin finds one, Buster on the trade though. And of course right now, VP, they just need to make sure that those Eagles don't get the upper hand.
No,
And
they're
right now,
not.
that seems to be the case. Yekindar making full use of the MP7. Robin preoccupied with Palace. And then the peekaboo peek from Buster.
Well, let's look at this match as a debut match for Endpoint, right? This is the match that inoculates them onto the higher tiers of CS, and it gives them a taste of what they'll be facing off with, I guess, once they begin to play on this level at all times. And I think this is a good learning curve and a learning experience for Endpoint in a general sense. And, it's not like they haven't played against good teams like this before, but it's more about, okay, this is, one of the, well, not the first, but definitely amongst the few times that they've played against better teams in official matches. And in this case, against VP, it's a good test of mettle and strength. And let's see if their fortitude will hold up to the challenge. And again, shame, the guy just goes for entries everywhere. And see, this is what you have to deal with when you deal with a team like VP. Even though we have our doubts about VP, even though they've had their ups and downs, and when they first started off with this roster, it wasn't exactly a solid one, but we can see how far they've come here and how well they've been able to build themselves. And Yekindar gets himself another angle of attack, and it's Surreal that gets caught in connector. It's going to be Flames that's going to be absolutely demolished if they read him well enough. And a little bit of a one-way, but unfortunately it doesn't really help because it's a single frag he gets. Mighty Max, you need to get a frag here, mate. Nope. Oh my lord. Come on. Every single time we look at a Endpoint player to get something done, he gets absolutely smashed to bits and pieces. And it's down to Crucial, 1v3. And as I said, Endpoint, we need to look at this as a learning curve and see what they can what mistakes they can recognize of their own from this and fix them, if at all possible.
Exactly. And it's a point where then you can kind of compare, okay, how does our playstyle match up with teams at a higher caliber? What can we do once we maybe face them again? As surely, I mean, they're going to be moving on to stronger tournaments. They've certainly shown here they've had a great run towards a quarterfinal. Had a great run yesterday as well against Sango. Were able to also adjust during the game to a couple of issues here and there. But at the end of it, I think everybody expected only one result today, and that was VP to bring out the good old plow. And especially here in this sort of matching. I mean, it's a team like Endpoint that yesterday, I think, when I looked at the HLTV ranking, they were number 50. Today, I looked at it, they were number 36. So certainly grew in that respect. But yeah, VP, certainly a top 10 team. And with the current ranking at number 6, I think well deserved with the victories that they've had recently and the teams that they were able to beat and the ease at that as well sometimes. They definitely deserve that. But right now, looking to close things out clean in this second half without losing a single round. Make it nice and easy.
You know what? I'm actually... Oh, let's see. I'm actually pretty certain if we had seen Inferno instead of Mirage here as the second map, I think we would be able to see a much better game from Endpoint. Mirage is a very, very weird map, and sometimes it just doesn't work out. And as we can see here for Endpoint, they're not looking too sweet on the money. They have no B control. They're about to lose a player. No. Oh, hold up. Hold up.
Love that stagnation though from the other players towards the A bomb site.
Yeah.
Then Yekindar pulls the rotation back over
The
towards
timing.
B. For one part, he's going to be right in Crucial's neck, in behind, doing damage. He finds a kill at the end as well with the headshot. It's 16-4. VP make it 2-0. First map took a little bit longer than we expected, I think, with the 16-7. Still a pretty clear scoreline. But can we talk about Jame and also Yekindar for that matter? If we look at the statistic of those two guys finding a kill in a round, finding an assist in a round, being traded or surviving, is 89% of the rounds they basically had a positive impact. And that pretty much was shown on the server as well. We touched base on it a bunch of times, and Jame, have to say, he's definitely up there when it comes down to the oppers, long range and close range for the same part.
That's the thing, right? Jame was the MVP in this last map, and absolutely an unbeatable force that seemed to be unstoppable as well, likewise. And yeah, I gotta say, it looked very straightforward, looked very much like, you know, from the get-go, it was, of course, VP that had control. The 3-2 start that Endpoint began with looked okay. You know, it gave them a chance to maybe get the ball rolling. But as soon as they lost against those mini buys, as soon as, you know, a few of the rounds started to collapse, we know that Endpoint from that point forward, you know, there's again back on the starting on the back foot. You've got limited utility, you've got limited firepower, and unfortunately they just weren't up to snuff. VP better in all regards in this case, and they show it with the score. As you said, the first map actually a little bit longer than initially expected. It's 16-7, but here 16-4 as the final score, 11-4 on the half. I think that speaks for itself, with VP being literally unbeatable in this case.
Yeah, and with that, of course, that kind of wraps up the first series of our day-to-day. VP, clear favorites there, and with our next game coming up here on the B stream, it will be Gambit up against GODSENT, but that not happening for about an hour and
2
a half.
hours.
So, yeah.
Almost, an hour and 30 minutes,
Yeah, there is still a little bit to go. In the meantime, you guys can check out the A stream over with Jay and Dweg, as they still have Saw up against Ends going on with them guys. So yeah, we'll see you guys on the other side.
See you guys soon. And welcome back, everybody, to Snow Sweet Snow. Welcome back to another series. This time, the second quarterfinals, myself and Tyler will be covering. But it is also going to be a very fun quarterfinals, and potentially the last one. I'm not actually sure if the other game has also already started. If not, in any case, Gambit versus none other than GODSENT coming up. And I'm not alone. As you can see on your screens here, I'm right with Tyler. And Tyler, my dude, Gambit, yet again. Here we go.
Yeah, they are quite versed with this setup. Of course, they kind of all over the place. They're playing a lot of those small tier tournaments at the same time. They're playing DreamHack Opens, winning those as well, moving on to semifinals. And I think their chances for a semifinal here are also pretty good. Of course, their main point that they have is they've been with this roster for quite a while now. They've found themselves as a team, and they know exactly what to expect from each other. On the other side is GODSENT, and yes, there's some big names on that side, but at the same time, of course, they haven't exactly been one unit for all too long. It's been, what, 2-3 weeks since that roster was actually announced? But from what I heard, they're working hard, practicing, and also looking at demos to, of course, be prepared for what's to come. And I think, especially then playing like a smaller tournament like this one, why not? Just to get settled, just to know what to expect. And I think that's a reason why FPX is in the tournament here as well.
Absolutely. Why not, right? Get yourself situated. You have a bit of a professional setting for playing, right? You're not just pracking, you're not just playing scrims, and yeah, definitely get that energy going, right? It's still there's still a lot on the line effectively, so the players are going to be taking this a little bit more seriously. Maybe not for some, right? Because obviously we can't convince everybody to be as full serious as maybe they can be, but for the most part, it's a great practice run for these teams, as you said, right? It's a great way of testing out your new strategies, perhaps testing out your new lineups, and in this case for GODSENT, as they are relatively fresh, to see how they can fare even against not necessarily lower ranked opponents, but definitely perhaps opponents that are not as high tiered as they perhaps are usually playing against. But in any case, the veto, we see it already right beneath us. Inferno, Vertigo, Mirage. I'm a bit surprised with Vertigo being picked by Gambit, but then again, when you look at the past matches of Gambit, when you look at what they've played, how many times they played it, then it doesn't really come as a surprise, does it?
Yeah, they've played a bunch. Not really in the tournament here, as it usually gets even banned in first rotations. But at the same time, I mean, they've had good successes on it. I think the thing always when looking at Gambit more than any other team is the fact that they do play a lot of these kind of lower tier tournaments where then they kind of wreck. They do generally make it in towards semifinals and grand finals and try to take the most of that prize pool. A lot of the times last year, taking $35,000, $20,000 at like smaller tournaments definitely helps the bottom line, that's for sure, but it also skews their stats. So if you look at it and think, well, they have like 100% win rate almost on every single map, they must be the best team in the world. The thing is, a lot of those times they're playing against lower tiered opponents. Sure, if you look at a DreamHack Open, it's different, but even there, a lot of the times it's only kind of the past 2-3 tournaments that have really been stacked with better teams in comparison to what it used to be. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see what they can bring to Vertigo, but especially also what GODSENT have prepared for Vertigo, because it is one of those maps where you do have to put a lot of time into.
Absolutely. And I mean, I'm happy to see Inferno to begin, right? My favorite map to watch, to play, and to overall just, enjoy CS upon. And then with Vertigo, as you said it already, I would expect Inferno to be a pretty close call. Gambit, as good as they might be, GODSENT is kind of prone on playing Inferno as much as they can, since it's their go-to map, and it's one of the maps they've really kind of settled themselves into. And then on Vertigo, as you said, GODSENT hopefully are prepared for this extensively, because we sure as hell know that Gambit are well prepared. They've got a very good standing on it, at 83% win ratio when you look at the stats themselves on the map itself, at 61% for T side win ratio, at 57 or 58% for CT side. That's pretty insane. Overall, to win the pistol, they have like a 54%. Like overall, it's just overwhelmingly good for Gambit. And honestly, GODSENT, I hope they will have a few tactics up their sleeves, a few aces up their sleeves. And we know that usually, with a team like GODSENT, who are still kind of, let's say, clipping around the edges, or at least, you know, they're kind of rough around the edges, I guess is what I'm trying to say here. And they're trying to fizzle those things out to make sure it's as smooth as it can be. I feel like Inferno has to be a win for them if they even want to have a chance of winning this series. Now, that chance, obviously, as small as it is, Inferno is basically the main catalyst for it. If they don't get Inferno convincingly, or at least if they don't play well on Inferno and put a really good fight against Gambit, I have a feeling we're going to see the same repeat we saw between VP and Endpoint, where obviously you see some life from the underdog, you see some rounds go from the underdog, but unfortunately in the end it's still going to be Gambit, or in this case the team that we usually, you know, would say are the better team to prevail. That's my, you know, that's kind of how I'm feeling about this series right here.
Yeah, and the thing is also, I think Gambit here are our main sponsor and partner for the bets. I mean, putting it at 1.25 for Gambit, surely a lot of you guys out there also say, okay, well, Gambit should be the favorite side to win, and they surely bring the most experience to it, but
Absolutely.
it comes down just playing together. But surely those GODSENT players, they've been to majors, at least some of those players have, and with that, I mean, definitely contenders to work it in the long run. And I think I'm looking forward to it a lot more to see how they actually shape up. But Gambit finding that first kill early on with Hobbit onto Lato is going to make things interesting, as already Gambit are looking to just stay a lot more defensive than in their early game.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a slowdown. We do have 2 flashbangs still on Nafani. And GODSENT do seem to be prone to hitting a site. I like this. They have 2 flashbangs and 2 smokes. They can utilize this to cover Vespa, to cover bomb site if they want to. But no, it's going to be long smoke and smoke towards Apps, but not a commitment towards this. I like the idea here. They might try to vie for control for long, and they are exactly doing that, going into CT and splitting towards B. This is a lovely idea they're about to be able to realize, and if they're able to get another player in CT, or at least the later rotation, this could work perfectly for GODSENT. But Gambit, they seem to be aware of the fact that this is a B play, and they're leaving a player on A side. This could be the one winning moment and the one winning decision that gives them this chance, as Exile is now in Graveyard. He's going to be playing it slow, and nope, it's close range, missing his shots, and look at Exile as well, denying the immediate bomb plant. And by the time Taco gets the site, it's far too late.
Yeah, and that's the point. Not only Axel really in a position that nobody expected him to be in, but also the players into his library immediately find that kill onto Phelps. If Phelps would have found both kills, then that would have turned out a lot more differently, because then Taco surely, for first things there, would have been able to get the bomb down, and probably also because the player in Graveyard would have been a lot further under pressure. Axel would have been a lot more difficult. Let's see how that's going to go, though. Has 1-0, pistol going the way of Gambit. Certainly starting things off strong. Considering this, of course, the map pick of GODSENT as well. It looked really strong start to finish as well with their rotation.
Yeah. It looked like they had the right idea, but unfortunately the timing was just off. And Gambit did read well enough as to what GODSENT were doing in that case. As soon as the smoke landed them long and the flashes started flying through apps and such, and there was no contact, they were like, oh, hold up a minute. Are they going to go long to CT? Well, yes, exactly so. On the other hand, GODSENT, I love this trickery that they're pulling off. And we'll see how this goes, but by the sounds of it, GODSENT seem to be going towards B, as there is Nafani jump spotting in Banana itself, and I'm not sure. Oh, he has yet to see. Okay, now he sees one. Should be immediately pulling back. Does not wish to risk dying in this case, especially not against pistols and such. And luckily with the smoke up, will delay any sort of push that GODSENT might have an idea of doing. But here comes the utility throw, and this should be a full commitment. Let's see how this goes, Tyler, because this is going to be a B hold that Gambit will put up 3 players for the defense for. Do they check boost? Surely.
Oh, they don't immediately, but still, of course, Nafani, because of all that danger going on, can chime in easily. Because all the focus is towards boost. Boost drops down, Nafani can chime in, and then also the kills from CT start to come down. And GODSENT are just shut down at that stage. Yeah, it is going to be 2-0 off the starts. The timing there, especially from Nafani.
Well, let's see how this goes. Oh, Taco. See? That's what you need to worry about when you go up against GODSENT, don't you? Chaotas will be happening, and well, luckily Exile might have a answer of his own, as he's able to shut down at least one. It is gonna be a bit of a slowdown for GODSENT. Without Molotovs, without smokes, they're really kind of left in the dark here. They don't have a choice but to take this one straight up in name, and unfortunately without Kevlar even, it is now impossible to deny these MP9s getting their rightful due, I guess, or what is due to them. Did they check Mexico? Surely they checked Mexico, right? I mean, it's kind of like the position you always check, and you want to make sure you don't get shut down. And yeah, there we go. Okay, Tyler. So let's get this on the board, shall we? It's the first gun round for GODSENT. It's Inferno, their map choice. It's D-side, yes, okay. But do you believe?
I always believe.
Oh yeah, that's my boy.
I don't think that there's ever a moment where I don't believe, but still right now, it depends just how they get started into this. We said this during the first series of the day. Sometimes you do just go down 5, 6, 7-0, and that can happen. As long as you have some kind of way back out of it, especially GODSENT being on that T side, the economy is a little bit more forgiving than if you were on that CT side. But right now, of course, they're looking to be in it early to try and stop Gambit right at their roots, but early damage certainly going both ways. Phelps down to 52, down to 49, and I love this move because it gives them a free kill. They can then fall back from it, and they do exactly that.
And it's an excellent timing, an excellent position. They abuse it as well with Shiro on the op, watching Boiler. This is going to be very hard for GODSENT to break unless they have flashbangs that will be going straight to short to try and break this stride. It's going to be nigh impossible, actually, for GODSENT to break the defense. As we see Barton in apps being denied any sort of early peek. Here comes a bit of a play. GODSENT finally via control for top mid, but committed yet to the A side they are not. So with 3 smokes left, they can go back B. They can still execute properly enough. And it looks like that could be the case. I kind of like their rotations, I won't lie, but they need to be a little bit more quick about it, don't they?
Yeah, and that's the thing though, that Gambit right now, they are just using the slow-paced GODSENT for their own advantage.
Oh, the one way!
Gap in the smoke for Hobbits, and it does work out wonders for him. Sure, he does get dropped in return by Phelps, but Nafani is still up and it's 10 seconds.
Yeah.
The bomb needs to make it towards the bomb site right now. He will get checked, so that's not going to be an issue.
Hold up.
However, Shiro just there to try and stop the bomb, but it is going to be planted. And right now, gets a kill for free, looks for a second, and finds it. How does he get that kill onto Phelps? And it should not be allowed, as it will be all down to a single player in a 1v3. And Barton, at least the first one already set onto Inters, but the player from CT coming in, and Axile will secure it for Gambit. It will be 4-0 off the start here on Inferno.
Very nice attempt coming out from Barton. Unfortunately, his position was already dire, and he had to take the advantage, or at least he had to take the, you know, the chance, go wide, try to bring down one more before going into that one-on-one. Shiro's chance here, by the way he played this with the first shot and then the flash actually saving his life as he takes down Phelps as well with a single shot. And now it is going to be, of course, as you said, 4-0, and not just that, it's a rebuy for GODSENT, but this is definitely a bit of a shell shock start, isn't it?
Yeah, the thing is though that, I mean, right now, I think the thing that I'm most just weary about is saying, okay, well, yeah, GODSENT, there's still kind of a new roster, they haven't found themselves yet, and things like this can happen. And that's why I think I'm even more favoring Gambit in this whole game, as long as they don't throw it away like they do in this round. Because, let's face it, Gambit, they have also taken their time. That happened. It worked out greatly. And it certainly has catapulted them to kind of that top of tier 2. Certainly trying to break back into their major winning ways of years ago.
Well, there goes the first round for GODSENT, at least, as they successfully break onto the B site. Both Nafani and Hobbit getting caught early. It leaves Gambit a little bit defenseless, but it will be the first round for GODSENT. That is what matters right here on an Inferno T side. Getting up to 6-7 rounds T side already is pretty darn decent, and that's kind of what GODSENT will probably be aiming for. At the bare minimum, let's say 7, right? So it's somewhat of a let's say balanced ending of the first. But yeah, I gotta agree. Gambit definitely in the recent times, you know, or recent times, not just recent times, but within the last year, they've risen through the ranks very successfully. They've really risen the bar for quality, and I think they themselves as a team have a bright future ahead of them. And of course, you know, they've been doing a splendid job up to this point. I have no doubt that they will continue to do so moving forward. And you can see here this action by Gambit was a little bit premeditated. Unfortunately, the execution wasn't perfect, and GODSENT had a very good counter to it. And now, let's see if again, banana control will be played for. 3 players are going in. Yep, it will be controlled for. Let's see if they successfully take it, though. Nafani burning, and he's about to die. Although, he still takes a player with him just before as he falls. What the hell is this? Whoa, okay, Inters and Hobbit. Both finding 1 each as well. Amazing.
Yeah, and at the same time, was the brink of the rotation did happen, same as in the first pistol round, it was Axel to still be hanging around the A bomb site. Surprise there for Phelps, as he's going to fall. Lato now moving in, still looking to that player up top. Towards balcony, but not going to find anything, as Axel has since repositioned in towards pit here as well. Just holding on, doesn't even really need to peek. All you need to do is make sure that the bomb doesn't get planted. He can do that without being big on the peaks, but I think he might have just spotted him out. There you go, headshot to be found, and it is going to be 5-1. After dropping 1, Gambit is straight back into it. Shot them down, and
I mean, this was amazing.
The fact that Fadi even finds exactly in that situation. Inters and Hobbit working together. Sure, Inters might have even found both kills if Hobbit wouldn't have been there, but at the same time, Nafani staying in that Molotov and beating the Phoenix basically the rise out of that. Finds a kill before he falls, and then
luckily didn't get reborn from the flames, you know.
The peak. Shiro to find Phelps, and it is going to be full banana control from the CTs here as well. Nafani going quite aggressive.
Yeah, no surprise.
I know you're not a big fan of that, but
no. I love this. I love this. For CT side, Inferno, it's banana control all the way. Like, banana control is a basic strat that you need to go for. Like, it should be embedded into your default taking banana control, because it really gives you so much map control itself.
But it means the deep banana control, right? The smoke.
I mean, deep banana control, it's not a problem if you have utility, right? That's the thing. If you have util, it's fine. Yeah. But if you're playing solo and if you have low util, then you really should be rethinking it. Inters? Oof, that's a slow reaction.
Good that he does have the smoke at least, so and he does have the support of Shiro in towards long, but he is going to be slightly smoked off. But actually not a good angle here, because he can still face off most of that as the second smoke is needed. There's a lot of utility just to make it towards the site actually being used up. Of course, huge amounts of damage early on towards these guys from Gambit. But remember, still Inters in towards pit. Shiro and Nafani both towards long, and
very slow for Hobbit.
Surely also, Hobbit is going to be moving in to try and support that. But they're well aware of the positioning of the CTs right now.
Now, the one issue I have here is Hobbit is taking a very long time to get to top middle, and this is going to cost him quite a few valuable seconds. There's an angle, low Nafani! The mistake of Taco showing his backside. Wow, this thing, yeah, but it's still going to be a one-on. Three effectively on site itself. Now Barton, 1v2. This is it. He has the play of the game to be made, but no, Hobbit will protect his teammate Chiro with the kit and more than enough time left on the clock as Gambit defused the bomb and again saved the day. Chiro still yet to die even. But GODSENT, they're at least inching closer. They're getting at it at least. They're on the right path. Unfortunately, still unable to close it though.
Yeah, and that's the point. Definitely, I think Hobbit took a little bit too long, but literally finding that first kill towards the site then kind of breaks the triad that they had set up for it. Breaks that situation where you basically have all of the angles lined up, and in the end, it is going to be a 6th round for Gambit. They do take their own time out here, just to reconsider how they're going to continue on this. And I love tactical pauses from teams that are in the lead, because you can do so much just kind of working off the back of it, saying, okay, well, how can we further develop this? What is working out right now? What could we maybe change? How aggressive can we actually be in certain positions?
I would...
And
yeah, please, sorry.
yeah, it's just that early adaptation can then also stop a team from being quick back in towards the game.
Absolutely. One thing I wanted to add here is that you can also use it against your opponent, right? Because if you start feeling, okay, my opponent is getting momentum, they're starting to get a little bit of, control, they're starting to get this one in their hands, you can easily counter it with a timeout. And yeah, very beautiful nades on that cross towards B. Gambit lose Hobbit. He is the most impactful player up to this point in the rounds that we've had, and definitely getting rid of him is a good start. But I love this double setup in apps. It's kind of half-assed Fnatic setup. Usually would have to have 3 players to have that properly be set. But Shiro, close range, he's going to get the first drop easily. There's the one. There's the second now coming in. A collateral Shiro! I knew it! I wanted to say something like that could happen, but damn it, only Shiro can deliver it so beautifully and so unawares. Taco blinded, takes down Inters, but it doesn't matter. The round might as well be gone, although Phelps, what? Nobody's checking him on sight. This is not yet over.
Well, him and Axel just kind of walked past each other, and that's why Axel was able to get that free kill in towards long as well. Phelps does find one, is in to recover the bomb, but he's not successful as that. The Molotov is going to be burning 40 seconds now still to go, so plenty of time to try and recover it. But he needs to make a move towards the A-bomb site, and they're going to be well aware of that. Heard that smoke bloom. And one should be watching here in towards
Boiler, yeah.
Boiler, the other should be on the balcony, and right now, it is going to be Nafani to pick up Phelps, make it 7-1. And yet again, 3 rounds in a row. Gambit really dominating this start right now.
Oh, look,
as GODSENT, well, it is that aggressive hold from Shiro in towards the apartments. Beautifully done with the 3K there.
And that's the scary part of dealing with Shiro, right? It's such an unpredictable op that, yeah, sure, you can kind of think, okay, he's going to use spawns against us. But do you ever think he's going to be playing close apps against you? Well, now he does. And in any case, it's going to be a B attempt. Again, nades flying over the corner. It seems like it's quite a quick push by GODSENT. Although they do stop in their tracks just as they reach car, or wood, however you want to call it. Question is, do they execute now? Because surely they should, right?
Further Molotov is kind of stopping them right now. Another smoke coming down, but at the same time, the Molotov in behind still burning. And right now, Nafani and Hobbit here really under pressure. But the flashbangs are helping them out. Phelps sure does find one, but Nafani holding on for a second. As right now, still Molotov's burning, yes, but not really too much of
no,
right
what?
Now. Barton does find Inters pretty much for free. Shiro's there to trade, as he does bring it back down to a 2-on-2. Bomb still has not been planted, as Phelps needs to get into a position that he's comfortable
in, yeah.
about.
That's the problem, isn't it? Although, oh, Gambit, they're thinking this is A? They're overthinking it themselves. Surely Axel and Shiro now realize, yo, this is B, guys. And they will save. Okay, fair enough.
I think
like
especially in that
here.
situation where it's not likely that they're going to give you a free peek, then just play it safe. Rather have the AWP and the M4 in the next round. Axel, he can drop 2 rifles, which will kind of be needed.
Yeah, definitely will be.
Fully fine with it.
Both Hobbit and Inters will require some sort of a stimulation drop. Now, Hobbit, of course, has 3,000, so he's not in the worst position. He's going to get that. He's going to be able to get that on his own accord to buy, but surely a drop to him to get utility up as well would be prudent to be given. In any case, this is excellent for GODSENT. They get their second round. It might come at a bit of a cost, but at least they're getting the second round. That's what right now they need to be kind of fixing the error in their ways of not having more than 2 rounds on the board. Still, let's see if Gambit will prevent this from happening. I mean, so far they've been very effective in denying any sort of quick play by GODSENT, and you can see this time around it's going to be a default by GODSENT playing with a 2-3 setup. 3 players going second mid and perhaps most likely for control.
Look at this aggression from Nafani. Already down
Exile.
deep. Axel does find the first kill onto Demao. Does take damage, yes, but it's fine because he just about makes it out alive. Right now, repositioning. And I love this. How many times now Gambit find that first kill, fall all the way back towards the bomb site on that spot, just to then give the other team that room, but basically say, okay, well, we're going to be there to deny you straight away. Nafani does have the smoke out in case he does get burnt. He is going to make it out alive from that position.
Phelps is just trying to control the angle. If he had been, if he had maybe gotten a free frag or something. But as you said, yeah, it's GODSENT right now that are losing control after getting entried. They now have nothing to show for that, and they will execute A by the looks of it. Classic smokes being deployed. A wall of smokes, even if you want to call it that, perfectly so. Let's see how they handle this, though. Jumping into pit might not be the right solution because there's 2 players patiently waiting behind those corners. As pit control is established, this is actually a really strong hold point for GODSENT. As long as they keep it like that, this could work perfectly for the tease and the push. Barton gets himself one. The spot by Inters in towards Boiler is perfect. Barton the second, and they should be able to take care of Inters easily, and they do so. There we go. Third round for GODSENT, pretty much confirmed at this point. Both Shiro and Nafani far too late to get anywhere close.
Yeah, and right now as well, Shiro still in towards library. Nafani taking quite a long time, and that's the point right now that, especially with them not having any kits, this is just all about having exits. And even with that, Nafani in towards the apartment, sure he can go towards Boiler, but I don't know, with his position right now, they could try to save him towards hits, but that right now, not even likely. I'm not the biggest fan of going aggressive like that because you do risk your own life there as well, and he is going to go up with the bomb. Sure, only 1 player surviving on the side of GODSENT, but at the same time, you could have used the AWP and the M4 in the next round to come, and it's not like the Ts are going to have any problems with money right now. Not anything that you can challenge with your own buy, anyways.
That's the thing. They can't really go into a full investment hoping to win. It would be a losing battle, that's for certain, and they wouldn't even have an op next round for Shiro, so there's no point in putting anything on the platter. A few pistols is what it is. I love the 2 smokes they have on Intas and Hobbit. They can use that to break any sort of early attempts towards B and even towards A, perhaps. Ooh, oops. There's a boost on... Oh no, that's not a boost, my bad. It looked like it was a boost on short with the vision of how the 2 players on short, or 1 on balcony, 1 on short, was set up. But no, it's a classic mirror set as GODSENT are looking to take their 4th round. And like I said, getting up to 6-7 rounds would be perfect for GODSENT in this scenario. I mean, you are going up against Gambit, right? We have to give... There has to be some sort of an idea what they're up against, and surely they're aware of that.
Yeah, and right now we'll have to see what the USPs and the Deagle can bring to the table. Would be the first time that we see a crazy upset from some pistols here. But I like the fact that GODSENT, they're taking their time, putting smokes down, mollying out corners. Further smoke in towards library as well. And then the wraparound towards the A site is going to ensue. Can they find early headshots on the side of Gambit, though? That is what it's all going to be about. Right now, Phelps finding one, finding a second as well, and it's all going to crumble. Perfectly done here for the guys from GODSENT. Everybody staying alive. Everybody with Barton grabbing himself a kill. And it's going to be 7-4 as GODSENT might even want to stop Gambit from making it the lead towards halftime. Or certainly trying to stop them from going double digits at halftime.
Well, they kind of already successfully do that. Yeah, the good part is that, or the good thing is, Gambit right now are going to be lacking money. So if GODSENT, by a stroke of luck and a stroke of skill, they're able to take down, let's say, just to begin with, Shiro, the Opper, then they can make some space for themselves. Then they can make some room where potentially, obviously, odds are going to improve for them massively. But the first 20, 30 seconds are going to be instrumental to begin with here in this round. Because of the op of Shiro, his unpredictableness, and more specifically his aggressiveness is what really they should be afraid of. And as we could see, Gambit as well predicting that Gambit is still at quite the advantage. But GODSENT, a 5, I believe, now currently odds for them, 5 odds for them, which did improve a little bit overall since the start. There's the pop flash towards Banana at the ready. In the case of any sort of sounds, anything that could come their way. Pop flash from new box and clear it out. Ooh, Barton. Okay, fair enough. Won't be given the chance to hunt down Exile and finish him off.
Yeah, and that's the thing
Is
right
this
now.
an
Gambit
execution?
already taking it kind of on the back foot and giving them space to do exactly this, put their smokes down, Molotovs to follow in. And right now, Gambit, 2 players in towards mini pit here right now. In case Axel does fall, then they might try to bring the second player. He does find a double and triple through the smoke! And it is going to be Dumao still in towards mid, and he will find the kill onto the body, and he'll even find another onto Shiro.
There's
he could fully rotate, but the bomb is still dropped out on balcony. Exactly. And I don't think Gambit are even aware of that, but still. One more player known, and that is Taco. And especially now with Inters watching towards mid, they're well aware that Dumao should be moving in this direction. Finds the kill onto Inters though, and this is his chance now.
They're gonna go back A. Yeah.
Oh, almost the kill there straight away onto Axile, so close to Taco. Does find it in the end. How do they turn this back around? Dumao with a 4K. And he's certainly had a slower start, but catapults himself to the top of the leaderboard alongside Phelps.
2v5 is what it was.
Yeah.
2 versus 5, and Dumao and Taco saved the day. Exile with a beautiful spray down on all 3 coming out of apps. And I won't even mention how foolish it is to go out of apps like that. But yeah, this was very careless by Gambit. It's their own mistake, their own fault that they lose it. Not checking Mexico, not checking their flank, and effectively going in 1 by 1. Well, the results are quite clear. In any case, 7-5 as GODSENT have at least broken the truce here for 5 rounds for themselves. It's perfect. Any more than this now is bonus, and they should be able to get the 6th here as well, speaking of which. Speaking of also what's happening on in the other match, Fun plus Phoenix is currently losing against Fortset 11-2, my dude. Jerry and Zapar are rocking it. I love it.
What should I say about that? FPX still haven't found their real strides, and that's the thing when you're so early in the development. I think Nafani just got hit with that Molotov, and that was able to finish him off the last 1 HP that he still had after the double nade. The fact he was even still alive was kind of had me wondering, but there you go. The Molotov bottle does take him out. And that's going to be the end of Nafani, as the rest of the team already over towards the bottom side. At least Gambit reading it right with their
do some serious damage. Okay, 0 damage. Never mind then.
Still, it is in with 1. Looking for more as well. Does find 1, but that's all they're going to get. 2 kills, almost 3 or 4 actually. That round could have certainly turned for the worst. But it is going to be 7-6, and GODSENT basically straight back in towards this game.
I think he actually died from the Molotov, yeah. He actually died from the Molotov.
That was just the bottle hitting.
Just the bottle, yeah. The bottle broke on him and he died. Fair enough. Gambit, 5 rounds in a row now lost. What is going on here? Or at least, let's say, they were a little bit shook. As I said, GODSENT need to shake their foundation, their belief, and there's definitely a chance for them to succeed. And as I said, Inferno has to be played well by GODSENT. They have to prove that they can contend against Gambit to begin with, and then we'll see how Vertigo goes. But right now it is going to be Dumao again. Great entry as he takes down Nafani. The aggression out of the CTs knows no bounds. I'm surprised he's still so aggressive, even after failing to achieve success after quite a few rounds in a row. They continue this pressure. They continue this play. And GODSENT, I mean, why would they shy away from a challenge, right? Why would they shy away from an opportunity?
Yeah, slow decision, but it is going to go towards Banana and up towards the B bomb site. How much can Inters do? Earlier on, already had decent holds over towards Banana. But this time out, Gambit took the wrong gamble. He's going to be the A bomb site. Inters straight through the smoke by Phelps. Good job there in the pre-fire, and Hobbit right now not smoked off towards CT spawn. That only coming in now. But as per usual, spam through the smoke. You're bound to find one when they're all trying to cross. I find it interesting that nobody else rotated though. And Hobbit now going to try and make it out of there. Should probably be caught by Taco. Right now, everybody taking their time. Nobody facing just yet towards CT. And it is going to be a 3-man save. GODSENT, though, tie things up. It is going to be 7-7. 6 rounds in a row now from the Brazilians.
Well, this is where the real question marks start to pop up. GODSENT, like I said, 6-7 rounds is optimal. If they make it 8 here, that'd be bloody perfect. As Gambit are on their last leg when it comes to economy, they put everything out there. It's the last round, of course, so why not? They do have the kits, they do have the utility shit on the op. And they've all kind of quieted down a little bit. Even with 3 players going for banana control, they've been contested fully at this point. And I'm unpleasantly surprised by this. Oh, there we see Nafani now. Starting to show a little bit of his sideline.
Oh, the counter nades there as well. A lot of damage towards Lato.
Yeah, not bad
Down
at
to
all.
29. Nafani in his position, he should be checked immediately.
This is a bad position for Nafani, though. As you said, he should be checked. He is checked, but he will burn even at the end there. Phelps.
Yet again, though, the fact that he gets a second kill from a similar position there just should not happen.
Yeah.
It is still Inters, needs to be a little bit more held back. But right now, rotation coming back towards the A site, and look at that, nothing has rotated. Axel and Shiro both still holding on. No peek in towards mid, and that's what's making Shiro thinking about this rotate. Smoke towards long, smoke towards site as well. And now Axel pretty much isolated to himself on the bomb spot here. Good smoke himself. But Shiro also holding towards long. I'm not sure why he would go through that smoke still. It is going to be no vision from GODSENT over towards the bomb site, and that's what's helping them right now. It further delays, and it's the chance for Axel and Shiro to shut things down. It's 8-7 at halftime. It's as tight as it can be, as GODSENT had been able to win 6 rounds in a row just before halftime. It looked very one-sided off the start. It was 7-1 at some stage, and GODSENT certainly coming back in clutches. It is their own map pick, though.
That's the thing. It looked very much one-sided. And for basically for a little bit, it looked like Gambit might have been able to close this map, before it even properly began. But GODSENT, they have ulterior plans, of course. They will not let that one slide. 8-7, this is far from being done. The Brazilians are strong as ever, and the pistol here is where they can prove it yet again. Their CT side, maybe it holds up to snuff, but let's find out for certain. Lato, he's got the smoke, the flash, and the nade. We've got a kit and a nade on Phelps as well. So they do have the chance to play afterplant if needed, or excuse me, a retake if needed. But oh, look at this. It's a full B commit, deep CT smoke coming out. Dumao gonna find the third. That's a great enough of a start. Oh, Exile though, Exile with a double. Tyler, this is not yet done, not even close in Exile. What?
The early damage that was dealt from the nades just insane, and sure, Taco does still find Hobbit. If you look at that, Shiro down to 12, Nafani down to 20. How are those guys still alive? But Exile doing all the work thus far here in the pistol round.
Absolutely. Now, the important question is, how does Barton and Taco go about doing this round? They do not have the kit on them? Oh, no. Well, that's a problem. See, the one player that has 100 HP dies, so in this case, Taco can't really do much. He's out of time, even.
Well, Taco was bottom banana the whole time, basically.
Yeah.
Because he dropped down to 16 HP, he wasn't really sure how far can I actually push up. Surely there's going to be someone that checks in towards Nana. Towards CT, and Axel finds a 4K.
Yeah. It's not optimal, right? But, hey, what can you do? Well, that was, I won't say anticlimactic, definitely the action coming out of Gambit, but I expected the CTs to hold up a little bit better, given they had 3 players on the defense, and as you already mentioned, nades being thrown down Banana so well and so effectively that one thought already that perhaps that could have been the ever end for Gambit. In any case, force buy. MP9, GZ Deagles. Are we surprised about this?
Nah, not one bit, I don't think.
Yeah, neither.
You have to bring that out just to kind of see what you can bring to the table. We saw it earlier between BP and Endpoint at the start of Mirage, where it is just kind of that back and forth all the time. Deagles just still finding success. And we've seen it in this game as well, what Deagles can bring to the table. Although not as successful to actually find the round, still a couple of nice kills coming down.
This nade could do some serious damage if properly thrown. Yep. It's a little bit too high up. If it had been properly lined up, it could have done critical damage to 3 players. As we can see, all 3 lose a healthy chunk, even though it was not well set. But it's an A play. That's a commitment. Here comes the long smoke into Archers, into Library. And the cross should be happening right now. Does Phelps actually go through the smoke here? Because it looks like he's going to do exactly that. He's going to walk right through it as he hears them running forward on long. That's a guarantee, but there's a check happening right here as Taco is going to be smoking himself. Nafani clears it. Yep, Exile checking the long position for the push. As very smart setup for Gambit comes in play. They deny any sort of shenanigans that GODSENT might have wanted to work with, and that is going to be the force by gone, just like that, with a snap of a finger.
Yeah. And I do have to say, I really, really like the starts that Gambit are bringing to their own T side. And I think that is something that we've seen them play before. Just kind of that full confidence, still using their pace, finding their headshots. And I think that this is not only something that we're going to see in this round, but also in the rounds to follow when GODSENT do actually have a full buy. I don't think it will get any easier on GODSENT's part. This Gambit. We see it time and time again with them using that pace. So yeah, it's 10-7 now. And it probably is going to go to 11 as well. As GODSENT still waiting one more round until they will be back to buying forces.
We think that we see a double up potentially from GODSENT. I feel like, I mean, even though that's obviously, you know, a possibility here on Inferno CT side, I feel like perhaps they just need to rely on their utility and their even FAMASs, for Christ's sake, will make do, if you ask me. Like, I think utility will be the key factor for GODSENT's victory, if they will even be able to win.
I think one off is great. I don't think they will need a second, because they'd much rather just be 4 players to be mobile.
Yeah.
And right now, Inter's to find Lato already. Sure, he finds one on the CZ, but yet again, I mean, the B bomb site would be open with that. It is still Taco towards long, and he's tapping away, but already taking a little bit of damage here, but it is going to be Nafani. Finding Taco and all down to Barton. Chilling in CT spawn. Not sure, is it going to be B? Is it going to be A? Where am I going to die from?
At this point, I'd just say go die.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like he has anything to say through it. He doesn't have any armor, doesn't have an upgraded pistol.
And Nafani's going to be hunting him. Like,
yeah.
Nafani's like, give me the money. Oh, well.
You're not going to get that much.
Fair enough.
And again, it would have been $600, and Nafani already picked up 12K,
yeah.
1200 just from this round. So
actually
fine
more.
And dandy for him.
2200, right? Right, 220. No, wait, $2,250 is what he paid for this round, losing the MP9 and the Kevlar, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't matter because he was able to get $1,200 plus.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. He got 2 kills. Yeah, that's right.
The kill bonus.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, you have good maths. That's true. That's true. He did cover the cost of that MP9. Now, well,
quick maths.
Yeah, quick maths and all that. You know.
Always.
I have my. I'll say I have my reservations about this, but I actually like the fact we see full utility on the side of GODSENT. Again, I would like to see one kit. One kit is the bare minimum I would want to see. So let's say instead of having a flash for Lato, he could go for the kit. But let's see if this is actually going to work out. They will not go for immediate banana control. Counter Molotovs, yes, to prevent any sort of early pushes, but they're not going for deep control, at least not by the looks of it. They don't really have the massive amount of utility to work it, but wait a second, the nades perfectly timed. Inter's getting baited, and he will be getting shut down. As the entry for GODSENT is achieved basically for free. Let's hope they play this right, and they do not push the envelope once again to try and find more frags off of already a very advantageous round for them.
Oh, and Nafani though to find Barton. Sure, the nade comes in and brings him down just 53, but he is going to be peeking out. Taco to find that kill, and now the defense is going to be asked a lot from his Axel and Hobby both finding kills onto Phelps and Taco. And that is going to crumble the CTs. The last 2 players are the ones that need to rotate over from the B bomb site. And right now, 3 players all over the spot. Holding in towards mid, holding long, holding short as well. And that's the thing right now. Gambit and Post Plant is set up nicely. And look at that. It is Hobbit still just waiting patiently within that balcony room. And he actually was just peeking out towards balcony. It has not fallen back as the CTs are still holding in towards second mid. Are they actually expecting them to be around that area? Dumao will surely be a surprise. Backside falls, 25 HP. And there you go, Dumao drops at the end as well.
Not gonna lie, my issue here for GODSENT is the fact that they lose that second player, Dumao in this case, and without having
because for them,
Dumao
every
surviving,
weapon matters.
Exactly, because they've both survived. They could have dropped 2 rifles. That's more than enough to rebuy. Yeah, sure, they would have an SMG on one, but that's doable, right? You can do with SMGs. Unfortunately, the response now has to be pistols and Kevlar. At the max, maybe a few Kevlars and a few more utilities, but that's it. And we can see right here, it's not optimal. GODSENT 12-7 to deal with. They can't really fight for banana control. They will counter it with, with the smoke, as Lato is boosted, trying to get a bit of a drop on anybody close range. The angle of attack, it's pretty good. XL down to 28. But we can see the response from Gambit is almost immediate. And they pull XL back. They have control of banana still in their hands, and GODSENT unfortunately yet to take the advantage that they desperately need in this case.
Right now, Molotov in towards long A as well. 2 players in behind it. That nade nade as well, bringing Mao down to just 56. And it is looking more and more like that. Gambit might even be looking to go more in towards Banana as they pull players away from middle. And now 3 players heading up Banana already. They did have that Molotov raging there for quite a while now. Smoke down towards long, and this is trying to reaffirm their position still on this side of the map, as it is going to be Nafani flashed in, but meeting 3-4 players there, and now a rotation already following out from Taco. And this could still work out, especially as Lato's the player with that AUG. Taco goes straight back in on the side of that smoke. Working with that flash. Before Gambit have made any sort of move, so Lato is only going to find one though, as Inters finds a double, Hobbit in with one. And that should pretty much sign it here. Bomb's going to get stuck down. Axe already holding down in towards Banana. Felt coming in, but he will only get shut down.
Exit tracks for Dumao is at best an option, and maybe if he gets a rifle out of it, that'd be okay. He is saving up for the op, so a rifle addition here to his repertoire would be quite nice. Unfortunately, that ain't happening. Yeah, 13-7, full buy for the CTs, and this is where the fun ends. Op up on Dumao as expected. We shouldn't be seeing a secondary op. There isn't really a lot of money to be afforded around the block. Again, Phelps could try secondary op. We talked about this and how it's a possibility. And okay, he's gonna go for this, fair enough. But no utility. They have a single kit, which at least I'm happy to see now. But this is gonna be a challenging moment for both sides, and I would dare say even more for GODSENT than anything else, just because they have that second op. And as you said, mobility is a thing. With Gambit being as static at times, it definitely favors currently the 2-op play, but they are very quick to react, they're very quick to move on their feet, and if they play their cards right, they could break this setup perfectly. This nade!
Molotov to follow in, and that's the thing now, yes, counter nade, but it doesn't do anything. 1 damage being dealt to Inters is not gonna give a single care here for those guys of Gambit.
And Gambit know that this is a full buy from GODSENT, so they should be well aware at least 1 op is in play. At least 1 op. I like this slowdown. Take it easy. Take it slow. By the way, Forza won 16-2 on map 1. Holy smokes.
Insane.
That's insane.
Again, that is kind of the match that can happen, of course. Especially Forza, the result of bigger tournaments as well certainly speak words themselves, but right now it's Gambit, Inters, and Hobbits to open up the B bomb site once more. The rotations are too far off, as yet again, Gambit made GODSENT believe that they might still head on over towards the A bomb site, and there is not enough of a rotation here.
Yeah.
I love that still. The way that Gambit are playing their T side is just so strong. This is now 6 rounds in a row.
I mean,
went to halftime at 8-7. And sure, sometimes you have those 6-7-0 starts, but right now, that would hurt you. And it is hurting GODSENT.
Yeah, I think we need to just kind of highlight how well Gambit is dealing with this. They realized there's an op on B, I believe, early on. At least with the way it was played by GODSENT, it was kind of a dead giveaway. When you see no deep Molotovs coming in, when you see potentially smokes on cards, it's all iffy and such. The thing is,
shot down as well.
Yeah, exactly. They also shot down, so that was obviously the dead giveaway. But the thing is, for Gambit, they didn't really pursue it immediately. They set themselves up for an execution. They waited a little bit longer. They wanted to first abuse the utilities of their opponents, so they wanted to make sure that the CTs basically exhaust their possibilities when it comes to utility, and that's exactly what happened. The CTs remained out of utility, and well, how do you stop a push when it's coming in full force without Molotovs and smokes? Well, the answer is not very easily. In any case, Phelps Peeking down top middle short. Does he actually go for it? No, he's not going to take the risk. I respect that. Oh, Tomao, beautiful stuff. He spots Inters, I believe, jumping into the smoke. At least catches a glimpse of him. Easily taken down. And it will be the shot that he makes and succeeds. Beautifully so. Barton and Boiler.
Oh,
Yeah.
and Phelps finds the next one as well.
Nice.
All down to Shiro now. Nice to shut that down in towards mid as well. And this is exactly the round that GODSENT needs. You lose the first 6 here of the second half, but then you're straight back in to at least find one. What they need to do now is, of course, find consecutive rounds. It's always the thing that we talk about when we're talking about CT sides especially. They need to not only make it 8s, but also 9 or 10. And then still, though, Gambit at every point will be on the brink of stealing their own map pick away.
Exactly so. See, we praised Gambit for their, how to say this, well thought out executions. Now, in this case, we can definitely say they were a little bit overeager and went in one by one a bit too much. Now, of course, going up against an op, it's going to be nigh impossible to stop that. Once you slow walk into a corner against an op, well, you can't really, you can't really unwalk it. For GODSENT, it was a bit of a given round in essence, starting off with Phelps and the op getting the entry, and then it was Dumao that got another one. And it just kept on giving from Barton to back to Phelps and such. So GODSENT, fair enough, they get the 8th rounds. But I can guarantee you Gambit will not be making the same mistake twice. Now they know, okay, Phelps is on the op. That means A side AVP. AKA, we avoid going for any slow plays towards A. And there's 2 options I'm seeing right now. So we're going to see another default from Gambit playing for this classic banana take into second mid take into absent banana itself. Or we're going to see a very quick attempt of taking B itself. Because if they successfully break the B site, there's no chance in cold hell the op will ever get the control back in its hands of B itself. And we can see right here, counter Molotovs burning Lato, Exile down as well. This is not bad whatsoever. Gambit, though, they relinquish control of banana, making their way back towards top middle. And Phelps, Phelps is playing a dangerous game. Luckily, he gets out of it safely. That was a close call that could have cost the round for GODSENT, actually.
Yeah, and right now, Gambit still trying to take the round away, but Phelps beautifully done to find that one into Nafani as well. Of course, looking for more in towards short then, as nobody's actually holding on to his position, but they're trying to work with the pace that they've got. And now with the Molotovs down, Barton, how is he not getting burnt there? It does spread after all, but he still is able to survive at 13 HP. And again, I mean, you'd expect smoke now.
No, Dumao,
but Dumao falls, and now it's down to Barton.
They know
and
that he's
Lato.
inside.
Barton tries to get back into this, but it will be Shiro to shut him down. Lato now, decent spray, especially as their opponents are tagged out low. But everybody's tagged right now. One bullet is going to make all the difference here.
One for each, right? That's how it goes.
Or that nade. Beautiful nade from Shiro.
Yeah.
And that is going to be 15. GODSENT can only find one single round. As Gambit now are looking to take the map win to make it 1-0 in the series.
That was beautiful to watch, and unfortunately for GODSENT, it might be a little bit too much to handle, but let's see. 15-8, 7 rounds in a row is what they need. Can they get them? Well, the answer is definitely yes, but will they get them is perhaps a bit more different. As already the entry secured, Shiro with the first. This nade will do some critical damage. Not as much as you would have believed it, but better than absolute nothing. And does he take the shot? Nope. I like Phelps. He has balls of steel, I'll give him that much. And Shiro walks into the corner. Phelps got tier.
I love that rotation, though, from GODSENT.
No way. Holy, I just noticed.
Full commitment over towards this B-bomb site.
Balls of steel for the whole
does
team.
Hobbit smell this?
Surely
Is he going to be aware of that? As right now they
What
will
is this
be walking
re-aggression?
into a full stack. Inters though finding one, and Lato will find the bomb. And this is huge now because he is able to also find another kill. It's all
What
going to
in
be
the
down to
world?
Hobbit and what he's doing. They're trying to regain control of top banana now. And Lato is going to seal it here. Back and forth at this stage of the game here on Inferno. As Gambit could have closed it out, they were not ready to be stomped like that. But, I mean, that takes some as well. To go aggressive, re-aggressing towards Banana.
That was something else. I'm surprised that Gambit actually decided to stay on Banana after losing that entry against the Op again. And oh no, this time Phelps thinking that he can better Shiro. Well, think again, Phelps. You can't better Shiro, unfortunately, in this case. And well, you can see that the reaction from GODSENT is almost immediate. Rotation coming off of B. Apps control is being taken over by Gambit. And this is where I would love to see Banana control from Gambit, actually. Like, this is where I would love to see them exert this execution towards the B side. Because it would give them chance for more. Oh, Gakpo blinded, missing his shots, no! And so does Barton!
And the fact that Barton falls is even more important that Nafani finds that kill.
Yeah.
And now it is going to be down to a 5-on-2. Gambit looking to close this one out. It is still going to be Demao and Lato trying to do their best. Question is their best even going to be enough?
No, I don't think so, unfortunately. 2v5, it's not impossible. I mean, let's be honestly, brutally honest here. Unfortunately for GODSENT, I think they've run out of time, and yes, they did. 69. Next map, Vertigo, the choice of Gambit. GODSENT, not exactly on point, but it's not over. It's not the end for them. They have one more map to work with. Their map, unfortunately, of Inferno falling apart. Second with Vertigo being on the way for Gambit. We'll see how it starts. We'll see how it goes. I gotta be fair here, Tyler. I'm not believing that much anymore.
Yeah, neither am I, but we'll see how that second map is going to go. Gambit's map pick, Vertigo, is going to be coming up straight after this break.
And welcome back, everybody, into our second map between GODSENT and Gambit after a devastating loss on Inferno. And yes, sure, you know, 9 rounds of GODSENT still being able to play tit for tat, but unfortunately in the end it was not enough. With me is Tyler, and with me is map number 2, Vertigo, the choice of Gambit. Already the pistol is live. Let's see how it goes, Tyler, as we have a full A push.
Yeah, and right now, of course, GODSENT looking to be that first team to be on towards the bomb site. And right now, though, it is going to be Lato to already try and stop them dead in their tracks. Does find one, looking for more there as well, as at least Hobbit does find the trade back, and it is going to be a double for him. As towards the bomb site, still it is going to be Dumao and Phelps tapping away, firing heads. It should be a bomb plant to come in as well. Right now, the Nafani playing with that smoke and thinking of going through. Right now, he is going to find a decent spot on towards Dumao, finds Phelps, and also every once in a while had a peek at the top of the head of Dumao. And how does he even still find that second headshot? It is going to be Taco far too far away, as the bomb still actually going over towards the A-bomb site, slowly taking their time. And now finally on towards the site though, and ready to get that bomb down. 3v1 now.
Nice attempt,
It's
but
going to be Nafani.
yeah,
Nicely done.
it's not going to work. We talked about this, how, you know, Gambit, they like to be very aggressive when they feel like they have the advantage, when they feel like they should have the advantage. And right here we see Nafani. He had no reason to really go in like this one by one, you know, go for that challenge by himself, especially with the fact that, you know, the rest of his teammates were not that close yet. And they still went for it, took the advantage, and now they win the pistol. As Gambit take the first round, the CT side of GODSENT starts off with a bit of a hiccup. It's not the end of the world, of course, losing the pistol. It's a normal thing, but again, you don't want to lose too much too early on, especially not on your opponent's map pick.
Yeah, let's see how that is actually going to go. Smoke down. That is going to give Barton a little bit of security there, but right now, he's certainly looking to make it back up towards the A-bomb site. Just waiting to actually make a move then. Follow out, and of course, GODSENT, they were expecting this already. Lato is going to find one back in return. Still a lot of damage being dealt. Lato does find another. And this is certainly still going to keep him in contention here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Repositions a third as well with that headshot. And it is going to be Inters and Axel still going back and forth, trying to continue that on. And now it is going to be Dumao. Out and finally,
good control.
Does fall, but Dumao to find the next is all going to be down to Inter's 23 HP, and he falls to Taco. And a similar situation to what we saw earlier between VP and Endpoint. Pistol being won by one team, and the Deagles finding success in the other.
That was very well played by GODSENT, handling that to the best of their capabilities. Lata, Dumao coming in clutch. And that is going to be, as you said, yeah, the same as we saw it on Inferno, right? It was the second round going to the side of GODSENT. Unfortunately, that was pretty much all they got, you know, to begin with. At least it was then a very straightforward advantage for GODSENT that began. Excuse me, for Gambit that began. But let's see if perhaps this time around GODSENT can take the lead and can actually keep the charge in their favor. In any case, it's going to be a bit of an A-play ramp by Shido. He is isolated and alone, though, so his position is very, very exposed, and he's already pushing back, of course, at 28 HP. He does not want to risk losing that rifle, the one and only, well, one of the two they only have, and you can see here that Gambit now grouping up for the storm towards B. Can they get the entry at least? No.
That doesn't seem to be the case, but at least Phelps already on his best way over towards the B-bomb, so to try and help out. But it is also going to be Taco to his side. I'm actually surprised at how aggressive Phelps is in this position. He's going to be flashed in, but only taking damage. His Hobbit as Axel will find one. Return Taco in with the kill, the Molotov burning. And the fact that Taco only takes like, what, 10, 12 HP of damage? Should have been a lot more from that position. And he almost drops Stefani there as well. Is going to be Dumao to find that kill. Him and Taco should surely be dead by now. But somehow still keeping it going in this round.
Shit up. Both low. Inters, though, able to deliver. This is a dangerous moment as Lato will spray, but he will not hit Inters. As a 2-on-2 ensues.
Oh, and Shiro!
Oh boy, Tyler, I'm getting concerned, and quickly at that, and Shiro comes in clutch again with the deagle. This time around, GODSENT losing the round itself, and unfortunately for GODSENT, it's a force buy. They have to go into this. They have a double eco from this round forward, and GODSENT, that is gonna definitely hurt in the morning, as Gambit not only are able to take back their round, but the fact is that this is their map pick. This is the T side of Vertigo that is very, very much at a, not necessarily at an advantage, but it is harder to play when you deal with a strong team on the CT. So GODSENT, they need to get themselves as many rounds as they can here early on. Otherwise, I feel like Gambit will run away with this.
Giving them their best chance at that as well. But at least for the moment, those 5 Deagles can still remain dangerous. Nafani already down to 21, so he should be an easy target for them. There you go. Lato drops him in the end. It does fall back alongside Barton, though. They have now fallen back all the way towards the bomb site and giving them space, that's for sure. But that's what they need to do as well. Gambit still moving in, surely taking their time. And right now, Lato, he's done this before. He'll surely do it again if you give him the chance to. Finding one with that Deagle straight through with the execution is already happening. Finding another. Now as it's further progressed with those flashbangs, you're keeping them back, you're keeping them at bay.
Here. Yeah, this is amazing. Gambit getting halted in their approach. The flank by Taco being covered, and now the only job that GODSENT have here is leave Gambit on this plateau, more specifically on this ramp, not allow them pushing forward or getting the plant, and then eventually pincering them in before they can get anything done. In any case, see how this one goes as the flank is being checked. Shiro, doesn't check right to the next.
Nope, and that's the second round for GODSENT being set as he wasn't ready for Dumao to also be in that position. It is going to be Inters, and he should just keep that weapon alive, but he's actually going to walk in. Of course, with that, does just about get money for the round as well. But yet again, you could have had an AK to also fight with, as with the current money, you would be forcing down anyways. So I'm not exactly sure why you don't just decide to bring the AK through.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's small mistakes like that, or small issues like that, can certainly then topple your game in the long run as we progress here.
Absolutely, and we can see right now it's going to be Barton playing for that ramp control close alongside, is that Lato right next to him as far as I can tell? Yeah, it is. And Gambit, of course, with a force buy, they don't really have much firepower they can work with. They kind of rely on Shiro and the scout to maybe tag a few players up, you know, ease them for the take. Ease them in, if you want to call it that. Dumao, yeah, controlling middle. There's no doubt there. There's no chance that Gambit get into this mid position. They would have to waste all of their players to get even close. And nice surprise. Lato just jumps out. It's like, hello. Would you like a latte? Well, I've got a Lato. In any case, that's going to be 3-2 GODSENT taking this one. Yeah, I know. My jokes
need to get their kills.
Need some upgrades, I know.
Right now, though, Taco over towards B-Bombs. It does still have Phelps alongside with him. They actually do bring any troubles, but here Taco finding one. Phelps is behind him, finds the next. There you go. It should be the teamwork between the two of those guys to make the dream work. Because right now, it is going to be a third round. Finally, consecutive rounds, and not only a back and forth, as we've seen thus far early in the game. Of course, Gambit now, well, you're going to be keeping the money that you currently have, using that loss bonus for the next round to then actually have a proper start into your day.
Well, the party begins in the next round, and right now GODSENT, this is another free one. They should be able to take a freebie, even if you want to call it that, especially with the way Gambit is looking to rush up A ramp. This is truly an easy cleanup job for GODSENT. At least that's what we expect. And yeah, they should be able to close it out. The nades dealing more than enough damage. 2 players do fall though. I can't say I'm happy about this. GODSENT need to keep their money in the bank and not on the floor. There's a bit of a problem with their economy, and right now they can't really afford to lose more than 2 players. Even the 2 players that they did lose is already a bit concerning, but they can still handle it.
Yeah, and Taco dealing damage, giving away his position, of course, and that should mean, okay, there's 2 players towards A. Yeah. There's 1 guy back in our spawn, so let's just see if we can make it over towards the B bomb site, get that bomb down, and already have a little bit more of a bonus. Shiro taking a long way around instead of trying to meet back up with Hobbit. With that in towards mid, he could grab a double here, as they're both expecting him to be in towards the site already. Phelps at least could be an early target, but right now Shiro still weary of the position. There's 40 seconds still to go, a little bit too early, and Phelps does get the kill after all, as it will be down to Hobbit. And I don't understand. I mean, sure, it's a nice idea, but he takes a little bit too long, and then unsure, as the player's not facing him, could certainly get into a cleaner position to try and grab that kill. And at the same time, you could have just met straight back up. They would have had plenty of time to get that bomb down before the rotation would have come back around, and that would have been a huge boost to their economy, and that would have been the extra flashbang and an extra nade for Nafani. That would have been the extra utility for Shiro as well. And that's the point. That's like the key differences where those $600 make a difference.
Absolutely it would. Not to mention that, you know, trigger control is also something that could have saved the day previous, but it's the full buy that we talked about here, and Gambit 2 rounds behind. They'll have to play smart to make sure they don't get absolutely blasted into space again. As the smoke is dissipating on short, Shiro now off-angled, or off-position that angle. Now let's see. Danny, he sees it, takes the fight. Doesn't get the kill though. Barton will still win that duel. This is perfect. Gambit is getting halted, and they seem to be losing control, and very oddly at that. And what I mean by that is basically they are not even fighting for control, really. If they lose it, they kind of let go of it, and that's it. And we can see here in middle, they lose a player, and they just kind of stand still and wait. And Gambit, what is going on, guys? So passive, so indecisive, or more so inactive. It's starting to show. They're allowing control to go to GODSENT, and, well, the repercussions are quite clear as day.
Yeah, and right now, Shiro and Axel both still kind of just holding angles here, holding out. There's 30 seconds still on the clock now. 5 players from GODSENT. And of course, nobody pushing. Why should they? There's no point. You have the full control of the map, and you don't need to go in towards enemy territory right now. They're trying to retake control in towards mid, but that might also just be about dropping one of the M4s and re-picking up an AK, and that's exactly what Phelps does. Now you have 3 AKs alongside the AUG and the AWP, and you're perfectly set as the timer is going to run out. And those 2 guys from Gambit are not going to get any cash here, but yet again, you have an AWP and an AK to work with in the next. The rest of the guys can force down. Gambit, they at least need a bomb plant in this next round coming up.
At the very least, yeah. They really need to start putting this together a bit better. Gambit, their discussion in the timeout, well, I'm probably betting it's more like chilling the spirits of the team, right? Because there has to be a little bit of a raging spirit going on in the team itself, losing a little bit early on, and now having 4 rounds in a row being lost, 2 of them being gun rounds. definitely hot heads starting to show, I guess, and calm those spirits, get together, get your head on straight, and just focus on what you know. And in this case, well, the op-up on Shiro can definitely give them an entry. Exile with the AK can support that, or they can decide to go for a completely different approach and just, keep on going this one-by-one approach until they get that entry success. And in any case, again, 3 players towards A ramp, looking for an early challenge.
Yeah, but it's that early challenge that they're not going to be guaranteed, because GODSENT, they just put the smoke down, go for that sense of security in towards that area of the map. And right now, GODSENT, they've already pretty much shut down any sort of attack that could come from the B bomb site, as I'm pretty sure that Phelps is aggressive at the bottom of the stairs over towards B. That is going to be stopping anything from rotating over, as right now, Gambit still on the ramp. And they're going to be checked here as GODSENT try to go aggressive. I'm not the biggest fan of this. At least Lato does find one before being dropped by Inters. But at the same time, they're well aware now of the player in towards Cement. Being checked, yes, for sure. Taco being taken out. And there you go. The round falls apart because of that initial aggression that came out from GODSENT.
Well, sometimes you make the mistakes. Sometimes your opponents make mistakes. In this case, luckily for Gambit, it was the latter. And in any case, GODSENT, they will realize their aggression perhaps shouldn't be, overbearing. They shouldn't be looking for continuous entries and such. They need to control A ramp, but they don't need to put their lives on that. The CTs can handle controlling A site from site itself, from CT even, and play retake if that is something they're comfortable with. Double up. I like the idea. Dumao and Phelps gonna wield it. They did a pretty good job on Inferno. I'm fairly certain they can do the same here on Vertigo. Oh, Phelps. Surely Hobbit is smarter than allowing himself to be caught by Phelps here, right? Surely. I say surely as I think so, but Shiro gets an entry on the ramp. Again, Exile finds the second. Where is this happening?
And that's the
middle?
thing, that also
Oh,
right now,
no.
Hobbit jumping through, Phelps does not hit the shot. And think about that, you're looking down your scope, and then there is just a jumping Hobbit coming your way, finding that headshot, and it is going to be 5-3. Probably turning 5-4 as Gambit are certainly trying to restart their T side early in this. Remember, this of course, being their own map pick, GODSENT had the right to start on the CT side, or the side that they wanted to start on. So of course, Gambit, a lot more I think to be had in the second half, and it's nice to see that they're winning rounds now, and I think they would be happy if it's even 9-6 for GODSENT, if you look at it from a Gambit perspective, because that's certainly a first half that you can work with in the second.
Yeah, sure. Exactly, that's true. But would you really be content if your opponent got, let's say, 9 rounds, as we speculate here, for Gambit, right? The fact that this is their map pick. I'm thinking they're pretty mad about just losing these 5 rounds in general, including the pistol. And I think that, we see that extra, that not necessarily the madness, but we see a little bit of the energy, a bit of that, not necessarily negativity, but just that connotation of, oh, god damn it, we're losing. We really need to put everything out there with their aggression, with their micro pushes and such, their trades not always being effective because their minds are occupied with perhaps a little bit of emotion losing early. In any case, I don't think they're going to be taking it to heart too much, or at least they shouldn't. But look at this fast push towards A ramp again. This time Nafani quick towards short as he goes in towards yellow. Yellow platters. He's looking for that initial contact. And I love this from Gambit. They're not shying away from an opportunity here.
That's the point right now as well. They know that maybe they might not have had the best of starts, but they're certainly going straight back into it right now and doing their kind of own set favorite role a little bit better. But Lato, yet again, the kills that he's been getting right now, there's no doubt about why he's on top of the scoreboard. Every time and time again, he's been on the A bomb site to shut them down early on, and he was that player that kind of brought them into that back and forth earlier as well with his strong deagle plays over towards the bomb site. And right now, Dumao wanting a little bit too much from that situation. At least the orb's going to be recovered, but not for all too long, as Shiro, Axel, and Inters pretty much at the exact same moment finding kills. It's going to be down to Taco and the bomb being planted, all looking like we're going to be level at 5.
Absolutely, Taco His objective right now should be saving this FAMAS, and yet he's still lurking around the edges. Shiro's already got an angle on him. Castle is a dead giveaway, and Shiro should have no problem getting this shot if in case somebody were deciding to, well, if Daka were deciding to challenge this. In any case, as you said, evened out at 5. Gambit will be happy with this. GODSENT, on the other hand, they have to go for an eco right here. They don't really have a choice. It has to be pistols and Kevlar being bought up. Maybe they will do some weird force, but I honestly don't think so, because it would make no sense. Their economical situation wouldn't allow for any sort of a proper buy. And we'll see. We'll see what the choice is here. How did they actually decide to play with this? As Taco has the M4, they can abuse that. You know, maybe put him alone on B. He has a smoke. He can buy up a Molotov even if he needs to, and the rest go on A. Kind of stack it up, right? Try a few different ideas. But it is going to be pistols and, well, just pistols as thought of. GODSENT. Ooh, mid push. I love this. I love this. This is good. Like, I like this simplicity from GODSENT because you can abuse the numbers in your favor. And that's exactly what they need in this round itself.
And I loved it as well. The Inters actually went back towards T-spawn just to try and hang on. If they do try to push through in behind, he would have been totally on top of that. However, right now, he can call out, okay, well, they don't seem to have any interest in towards mid as well. So let's see if we can maybe just secure the bomb spot now. Get that bomb down, and right now, no nades to try and stop that plant. So it is going to be bomb planted. And Gambit's looking for the lead. Third time on this map. Of course, had the initial lead. And in that back and forth tussle, it was Gambit that came out on top, stringing 4 rounds together. But, well, certainly Gambit can replicate that as well. That's exactly what they're doing right now. GODSENT bring their players through. Theoretically, a Phelps, a Dumao, a Barton, and a Lato, they could have all pushed in because it's not like they're saving anything too. Okay, Barton does have that P250. I'll let that count, but all the other guys saving USPs and armor. You might as well take a chance and take out one of the weapons. Not that it makes too much of a difference, but it's 2.7k less or 3.7k less at the least, because of course a lot of utility was expended anyways. So yeah, when you don't really have anything to lose, sure, you don't want to boost their money even more, or even give them more confidence in that situation.
Yeah, you want to avoid giving them any sort of confidence, absolutely. But look at this again, fast A play through ramp. Dumao trying to challenge short, but he's immediately being challenged back by Shiro. And the push coming in through ramp itself, he needs to push back as he's going in towards this position of yellow.
Yeah.
This I don't really like this spot for him as an offer, because it doesn't give him enough time to move out of the corner if in case things get a little bit awry. Phelps, so good start as Shiro comes into the corner now. Dumao steps into it. That was a bullet meant for Phelps, not for Dumao. And unfortunately,
look
for
at the rotate though.
Yeah, they're about to lose B.
Taco has his eyes off the B bomb spot as he's weary of mid, and exactly that moment, the guys run out of B spots. Axel burns him alive with a little bit of damage being dealt as well from the weapons.
Nice shot.
And it will be Phelps, yes, in for 1, and it is going to be a 3-on-3. They're going to attempt the retake.
Absolutely, they will. Though, can they succeed is a bit different question. Though Phelps through the smoke, he gets an ankle.
Oh, the jump from Lato! Yeah. That was a dead giveaway, and he is going to be dead because of it. Shiro finds another. It's all going to be down to Phelps trying to hang on to the AWP. Well, that's unfortunate for Lato.
Yeah. It is unfortunate because that was truly a round that GODSENT could have won if only Lato didn't get caught there. His jump pretty much giving it away, and Intes is able to punish that almost instantaneously. 7-5. And all of a sudden, GODSENT tactical timeout.
Yeah, and of course it's now been 5 rounds in a row. It's pretty clear the way that Gambit has been bringing this in, and GODSENT, they could have called that timeout slightly earlier, but I'm happy that they're at least taking it now.
Yeah.
I think I'm always a fan of early timeouts. If you have 4 of them in a game, take all of them that you can.
Yeah, like
Especially
abuse
when
the
you're
time.
having
I mean,
difficulties.
use the timeouts, right? Use it
Yeah.
in your advantage. Why not? If you can use it, and it maybe gives you, you know, a surviving line where you find renewed vigor and energy. Why not? Why wouldn't you try to use that in your advantage? In any case, Tyler, we both know where this is headed, as it looks like it is going to be another ramp control play. GODSENT full buy Dumao on the op, of course. Phelps likewise. And Gambit are putting a lot of pressure towards A. I love this. I love the fact that they're starting to really, you know, put GODSENT in a bit of an uncomfortable position.
Yeah, and right now I like that Martin and Dumao are trying to do something new with that. Just having the op here from the side, but there comes a time where yes, you can go for those early shots with the MP9, but there comes a time where you just have to say, okay, well, I wasn't successful, I'll just fall back and keep a little bit more of a defensive position. They're quite aware of the mountain position as well. Smoke coming out, the help here from Lato is big. As Dumao is still taking damage though, down to 30 HP. Second nade coming in, that's going to be his demise. Nafani to find Phelps. And well, it's down to Lato and Taco. 1 player per bomb sites and 5 Ts. Eager to try and make this round work, to try and find 8 in the lead going in towards halftime. It will be Nafani to trade back Lato. And yes, Taco will be here by now. He will not deny the bomb site.
This is getting out of hand. It feels like we're watching Inferno yet again, with the difference being that Inferno, at least, you know, I consistently had the feeling, okay, GODSENT have a chance of winning. GODSENT have a chance of taking the half. In this case, obviously, the half is gone by at least the numbers advantage. They still have a chance to get it 7-8, though the feeling here, as it was in Inferno, it's not present. I feel like this is way too easy for Gambit. As soon as they started to get themselves, as soon as they gathered themselves and were able to control their emotions a little bit, as we spoke about, you know, the early loss and such, how that could affect them at least a tiny bit. They seem to be immediately back at it now with renewed fortitude, I can even say. And Gambit, I mean, almost an unstoppable force right now, looking like 9-6 is pretty much unavoidable for GODSENT. Or
well,
6-9.
I think we can pick that up that we had on Inferno earlier, where we basically said, okay, well, watch out for Gambit on T sides.
Yeah.
They're tremendously strong there because they just have such a big force and bring their own game plan through. And sure, GODSENT all the time also just a little bit hit by the fact that they don't have the best weapons at their disposal, just due to, of course, being on the back foot, losing rounds. But I mean, they had a run of 4 rounds. Gambit just did not let that phase them.
Yeah.
And have been on the up and have really now developed it into 7 rounds in a row. And yeah, Lato in a 1v4 right now, there's not much that he can do. And the fact that Gambit has so much money still in their pockets also reflects the fact that they've barely been dying in creations.
Yeah.
It's Shiro at 5 deaths. It's Inter's at 5 deaths. Sorry, Shiro at 6 actually, but then,
I mean,
yeah,
still, it's pretty much the same. Yeah, like you said, it's the fact that Gambit, the rounds they've lost were really the rounds they kind of made a lot of mistakes on. And well, GODSENT played well, of course, yes, but Gambit also weren't really, you know, putting all of them out there, or all of themselves out there. But here, 9-5. Last round of the first half, the up on Phelps. It's nice to see it, though it seems like Gambit have kind of figured it out here. Kind of figured it out what they want to do and how they can play against GODSENT early on. And as soon as the smoke is going to clear on ramp, you can see the push is already coming by Nafani. My God, this guy is not waiting around.
Go.
Oh, Nafani.
Almost going for the triple as well.
The fact he gets away with 2 there is so good. And Barton at 11. Almost getting killed by an 8 as well. 4v3, my dude. 4v3 with Gambit heavily in the lead.
Yeah, and that's the thing right now as well, that sure they always have the option to go back over towards the B bombs, and that's exactly where they want to go right now. Out towards those stairs. Not like anybody watching too much. Yes, Hobbit will fall on the A site, but right now they'll realize, okay, nobody's over towards the B bomb site. Molotov smokes to come down. Phelps is going to re-entry here early on. Damage to Inters, return damage there as well, as Phelps is down to 28, Barton just down to 10. Bomb is ticking down in GODSENT. They try to make a move, but Shiro to shut them down. Phelps gone. Making their best hope at 100 HP, but even he catches a headshot.
Yeah,
It will be
there we
Inters.
go.
They make it 10-5. And that is 8 rounds in a row to end first half here.
This is scary. This is very scary. The fact that it is 8 rounds in a row is insane. And Gambit right now, they seem to be an unstoppable force. GODSENT, they have to become an unmovable object if they want to hold this. And yeah, I mean, you did point out well enough on Inferno already that their T side is scary as all hell, and indeed it is. Though Gambit's CT side is what really should worry GODSENT even more, because it's their home map. It's the side that Shiro absolutely excels at, because it gives him so much room to play around with the op, and the pistol is also going to be one of the important rounds, unfortunately. GODSENT, they kind of rely on getting the early start, the early bird beginning. If they can get those rifles out before GODSENT get comfortable and, you know, well established with economy, then I absolutely, or excuse me, before Gambit get established with the economy, then absolutely I could see GODSENT take this one still in the second half, though they absolutely need to get the pistol, in my eyes at least, to contend against this raging monster that is Gambit right now.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. Of course, pistols thus far have all gone the way of Gambit. Can they make it 4 for 4? Or is GODSENT finally going to send an own message of their own and say, okay, well, we want to open this up for now? And that's something that they have to do first. Either way, though. Locks and P250s for the T side, taking their time here. Just stagnant for the first 45 seconds of this round.
Of course, you know, this shows the respect they're giving to Gambit, right? It's like they're not rushing straight up because they know chances are there's players waiting, and those players ain't going to be messing about. And also you can see,
try to bait them in, but the thing is that Gambit, they're strong at this as well, just staying stagnant and waiting for those players to come out. And sure, they might not find the kills, but they find the information. Okay, well, right now, we don't have to worry towards the other bomb spots.
second flash.
That is happening at A. And here, well, they won't be phased too much. It will be Barton to find
Here
Shiro
comes the push.
as the pistol ensues.
Exactly so. As there will be control for ramp still being fought for. What is this? Very aggressive Gambit. Like I said, they're overconfident, sometimes bearing down on them, and this time it will not help them. It is more than anything destroying their chances of taking this one-round victory. This should be easy enough of a pistol for GODSENT, as it is down to Exile, 1v3, and, well, 3v none. There we have it, second pistol to GODSENT. They will evade certain doom, but they're not really helping themselves too much. Well, they're not really, you know, yet out of the woodworks. There's still a lot of work to be done, and we can definitely point it out that Gambit kind of didn't let themselves have a chance there at all. Going in one by one, you really, you know, even if your opponent is not as good as yourself, usually that's not gonna work.
Yeah, I think it's kind of expected though as well. Gambit, of course, the invited team here, and GODSENT still a lot of development to be done. They struggled earlier as well, or sorry, yesterday as well against the Zako Boris. So that only went through with a full best of 3. 2 of those maps going a long distance. So with that, of course, GODSENT, we know that if you've only been together at this rate, then you have a bunch more to work with in the future. You cannot expect a team to come out running after they've just basically been thrown together. But yeah. Gambit, they had those starting trouble in October as well. Basically mid-November. They grinded tournaments and grinded wins as well, that's for sure.
Let's see how this goes. Exile entering. Ooh, Demau. Okay. Refrag is there. Barton able to take down Shiro. That was vital. If Shiro had gotten the frag, well, you can be guaranteed that most likely would have been the end of the round itself. There and done. Oh, Inters, does he go to prevent the plant? Surely. Nope, he's not going to jump in. He knows the dangers of getting close to ramp, and luckily Phelps is there to remind him of that, surely. As Gambit are no closer to winning this round. But they are putting up the fight that you would expect out of a team like Gambit.
Yeah, I think in the end they're going to be happy finding 3 kills here. Hobbit does find another. Take out Lato, but at the end, yeah, Barton and Phelps do survive, make it 7. And of course, them starting off the second half, 2 rounds in a row. Nice start on the T side, that's for sure. And the CTs now. Let's see what they actually manage.
Well, yeah, it's simple enough.
I just want to hit the 5 series. Use the Mac 10 to its full
Give
potential.
Well, I mean, at first he needs to have a reload at the ready, and second, you know, he needs to be a little bit more careful going out those angles. But I understand I understand why.
I'm a sucker for like getting those SMG aces. Where you get like, not only do you get 5 kills, but you get like $3,000. Love to see those, but yeah. Either way, it is going to be GODSENT having an easy time up against Gambit with just the pistols, and now comes down. 4M4 is up against the AWP.
I mean, this is
the full AKs.
This is it, right? This is the round that will decide the fate for GODSENT. If they tie it here, I can guarantee you this is going the full distance, maybe even OT, because as I said, it's all about keeping up with Gambit, keeping them on not, you know, too far away of a place, and second of all, not letting themselves be stacked into a corner and just forgotten about. Fanny, the spray, gets himself a single frag, and unfortunately for GODSENT, no reply. I mean, yeah, Nefani at 1 HP, sure, but that's still a player alive, and he can still do damage, even if he is only at 1. As Phelps, there we go, nobody forgetting that Molotov. I love this. The fact that they don't forget the Molotov into sandbags or cement is like, thank God. Ooh, quick counter. They though. Ouch.
The damage here, yeah. Huge, of course, and Shiro also great timing to fall back there. And just about dodges the bullets that come flying through. Nice nade here over the wall, though, and a lot of damage to be followed in from the AKs. And this round is no dodging that, as it will Taco, though, to fall to Hobbit. And that is huge, as Phelps does find one more, but yes, the bomb right now is still dropped. And can Gambit hold on to it, though, is the bigger question. Not for the moment, anyways, but look at who's coming in from behind.
Yeah. Inters, by the time he gets close, Exile's already going to be coming in from the flank. And
oh, that's great. They don't even need him.
Exactly, they don't even need Exile. Like, and you know what's the best part? Exile doesn't push behind them on ramp because he doesn't want to reveal the fact he's already on the flank, right? And I love that. I love that they're keeping an eye out on that as well. Gambit, they're thinking ahead. They know that if they were to reveal Exile's flank, that would perhaps prompt GODSENT to next time check their flank, and maybe that would have been, you know, the winning moment. But in any case, let's see how this goes, as GODSENT is now down to their last dollar, and AKs are out, utility is out, and their plan is the same as always, going towards B this time around at least.
Yeah, how successful will they be here? How good will the hold be from Gambit? As really, they do have three players.
Yeah.
Oriented towards his position. One towards mid, 2 towards the site now. Oh, and Inters to find that first one onto Taco as well. Most of those times it is the tease to find that first kill. Exile actually finds one more before Dumau can set the trade, but this is setting the words for what's going to happen going forward. Sure, he does find another onto Inters. The rotation already in full progression. And guess what? Hobbit is going to be here as well, holding on for now. And there's no need for him to actually bring out any sort of wide peak.
Again,
but he does it anyways,
same,
and he does pay the price for it.
Yeah, same mistake being made here from Gambit. This is quite a few times already we've seen this. The cross going to be checked by Nefani. Unfortunately, you know, at this point, GODSENT were given those kills, and by the time Shiro gets close, it's already too late. Gambit literally gave them this round. That's how it is. That's the simplest way to put it, because they should not have been peeking as much as they did. They knew that ramp was occupied. As soon as they got the second frag, they should have been a lot more careful. Dumao, of course, beautifully so with his spray down on the player on side, backside itself, which I believe was, at that point, either Nefani or Exile, I'm not sure. But then Hobbit decided to be the hero and decided to challenge again. And, well, this time round, they really shouldn't have done that. In any case, 9-11, as GODSENT still close the gap. Are not going to give themselves up that easily, as they shouldn't. And Gambit, I believe they're broken economically speaking. Yes, they are. Shiro, does he drop a rifle and they go for a full buy? They have 2 rifles, the op, and potentially some SMGs to work with.
I'd much rather see them play pistols, and that's exactly what they seem to be doing.
Exactly, yeah.
Especially Hobbit and Inters, there's no need for them to buy. Axel could drop another, but they could also try and go for a secondary op at some stage in this game. I don't think that's your best choice, but from the amount of money that he's actually keeping in his pocket, surely seems to be an option. Can certainly play one towards B, one towards A, and right now Shiro already making it work towards the B bomb site. It doesn't fully stagnate the push from Gambit over towards the B side, but it's surely making them have second thoughts here.
Go. Let's see. It's a B push still. As you said, second thoughts are to be had, but they are going to be committing to this. Let's see if they can successfully overtake it. Good flash turn around. Good flash comeback. Oh, Lato. Good stuff to get one. Unfortunately, Exile was there to take down Taco. But in the end, Lato and Phelps will close the gap. And that should be enough. Shiro and Nefani, they have no business delaying themselves in this position. Nefani has just been spotted, but he will take down one. Oh boy. That's an issue right now, because they're pincered in between 2 angles. And Nefani! Now the issue arises for the side of GODSENT. They cannot afford to lose this round, unfortunately. As bad as it might sound, it really is this way. Yeah. That's 12-9. That's luckily a rebuy for GODSENT. They have the bomb plant. They have the loss bonus. A little bit, not a lot. Very little. And they will have enough for 2 AKs, actually. Oh, no rebuys. My bad. I thought they had enough, but no. Yeah, that's 2 AKs at max that they can go for. So, yeah, mini Kevlar, pistols, and that's it. Best they can do.
Yeah, and nicely done here as well, we do have to say, from Gambit. Every single thing that they bring to that round is just insane. And, well, that's, I guess, how you get back into your winning ways.
Yeah, the fact that they win that
can
right?
work, and certainly the first shot from Shiro as well was elemental in that, and that's why saving that op 2 was so important in that round.
Absolutely it was, and look at that nade again, delivering. Exile spots the boost. Easy spray down. Second player has already been put up in behind the first box, and unfortunately there's no success yet for the entry. This is a problem. Inters finds another as Barton will refract, but the damage is already dealt, and Barton goes into quad behind, but no! Inters is ready again! Oh, that's Taco, not Barton, but nonetheless, it's Barton in a 1-on-4 all of a sudden.
Oh, the Molotov damage as well. Could have been enough, but Shiro signs the deal.
We did talk about how they should have gone for an eco, right? Well,
yeah.
They didn't. They put everything on the line. They bought up those rifles. They went in full force. Unfortunately, they came out empty, and that's going to leave a very big wound on their side, and they're bleeding heavily from it, if we can put it into perspective. The problem here is the economy of GODSENT will not sustain these kind of rounds, and a full eco in the 13th of Gambit, This should have been the full buy. This should have been the op round for them. Now they won't even be able to buy the op if they don't plant. And that's the scary part for me.
And right now,
Oh, do they lose the
Funny
weapon?
Barton.
Okay. Oh. Whew. That looked crazy.
I love this from Axel as well, though, that
Oh,
he's
they know,
already
they
pretty
know,
much
they know.
cleaned it out from behind. Yeah, but still,
He shouldn't be pushing.
yeah.
Like, he
Just
really
hold on
needs
to
to
your
stay alive.
angle. Make sure that they just don't make it towards the other bomb site. Everything is getting fine. Is becoming a little bit too hungry, and he will fall because of it. And Barton will make a dash for it. Og in hand, bomb on his back.
Yeah, but surely no chance, right?
Yeah, and sure there's 60 seconds to go, but even the timing over to its B bombs are just not quick enough. Even down below, it is still Zero holding on right now, just about taking his AK back out.
You know what song just went through my mind?
Which one?
Holding On, the song Holding On. Ta, 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 da, 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 da. Oh man, I want to listen to that song now.
So,
Keep
head on over to
holding on.
Overseer's private stream for all of the Twitch singing content.
Only fans.
But yeah, I mean, it's Gambit right now.
No, yeah.
Yet again,
yeah.
string rounds
It's-
together, and the progression
is
here
it.
yet again.
This is it for GODSENT. Win or die. It's as simple as that. And I know I like to put it into simple terms, and I like to, you know, paint it black and white. Unfortunately, in this case, it is pretty straightforward. It's either a plus or it's a minus. You know, you either fail or you succeed. And in this case, GODSENT really don't have a choice but to succeed, or they fail ultimately on all sides. And as you said, AK's out, utilities out. Gambit, on the other hand, they're just gonna keep on doing what they've been doing so far, which is a standard 2-2-1 split.
Yeah, let's see how successful that'll be. As thus far, Gambit CT side has also been looking very, very strong. I mean, you praised their CT side before we got going here. But Barton, what a way to enter in towards mid. Sure, he is going to be traded back, and Inters actually finds a 2-for-1. And that was not supposed to happen.
Oh my God. Again, the same problem seems to be up for GODSENT. They get the entry. Luckily, you know, they didn't die immediately after. Inters did get the refrag, but the fact that they linger in that position is what concerns me. And yeah, Hobbit double, and I mean, the trades are just so much more favorable for Gambit that GODSENT really are just getting nothing out of it all.
Helps. Tries his best, but even Afani there, finding that next headshot, he's going to make it 16 for himself. Look at that. Look at those stats as well for Gambit. It's 16 kills for Axel and Afani, and it's 17 for the rest. The whole team as a unit is there and ready. And if you look over at GODSENT, it's 20 way at the top for Lato, who had a tremendous map here on Vertigo. And then, unfortunately, Taco at 5. Bottoming out for the moment, 35 ADR. Not exactly too hot recently.
Well, this is it, the last huzzah. It's unfortunately the last buy as well. If they fail this, it's over. And we can see right now Hobbit going to be standing, or waiting at least, in cement.
Double Molotov though. Should force him out of position. Smokes right now. Gonna be deployed. Oh, and Inters right now as well.
Oh,
And
that molly is perfect.
This finds the
Yep.
head of Phelps. And that's the only way that Hobbit was able to get out of that situation alive. And you see him now pushing in behind ramp. And it is going to be the B-bomb spot that's going to be under attack. Axel right now. So smoke works out to his own advantage.
Yeah. Oh, hold up.
Lato
Lato.
takes him out. What can he still do? It is still going to be a 3-on-3. But Hobbit coming in from behind, and I'm not sure that they're actually watching this too much just yet, as the bomb still taking a long time to actually be planted here.
And now the check comes in. Hobbit will win the duel, at least initially, against Barton. Taco gets checked. Barton will take down Inters, though. And a 2-on-2 ensues, but shit on the ops. Certainly the chances are here that this could go well for GODSENT, but no!
That's it.
My dude, 16-9 both today for Gambit. Yesterday was 16-11 for Endpoint. What is this? Damn.
Yeah, and I think we both expected Gambit to be the stronger side, and that
Yeah.
certainly progressed throughout both map picks as well. But Gambit, yet again, a very, very strong T side, we do have to say, but also on the CT side, difficulty starting up, but then as soon as they got going, it was only going one way.
Yeah, it really did go one way. It did really go just the way of Gambit. There were a few rounds in between there, right? At the start of the second half, once they won the pistol, GODSENT, definitely chances were taken, and there was. I saw an opening for GODSENT that they could have actually taken over Gambit.
Yeah.
That maybe if they had been able to dismantle the economy at the right time in that particular moment, I believe it was the 17th round or 18th, from that point forward, if you're able to go up against Gambit at their own game and kind of deny the early peaks, scare them a little bit away, as we saw in the first half, how quickly Gambit got lost in their own heads a little bit, right? But after the timeout, they seem to have been able to quell their spirits and immediately regain their composure. And, well, the result is quite clear. It's 16-9 for Vertigo. It's 69 for Inferno. Gambit take it down here for GODSENT 2-0. And that is going to be the ending of this best of three and of today's broadcast of the quarterfinals. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our semi-finalists finalized, at least for the lower bracket, that myself and Tyler will be covering. Gambit versus Virtus.pro tomorrow. The first semifinals now decided. The second still in play. FunPlus Phoenix versus Fortset going into a third map after a excruciating second map for Fortset of 16-14 being lost. I gotta say though, this has been I guess you could say a finisher for Gambit that we kind of expected, and I just want to hear your final thoughts on this, Tyler.
The way that Gambit played this today, I do believe Gambit have a decent shot at even beating a VP. Sure, VP played a strong game today as well, but depending on their daily form tomorrow, I can see either Gambit or VP. I'd probably tend slightly towards Gambit still, head towards that grand final. And I still think that whoever makes it out of that bottom semifinal, so Gambit or VP, is my favorite to win the grand final tomorrow as well.
Oh, so
I'd probably go as far as that.
I get what you say. Yeah, so
I don't think that Saw or FPX or Forza, depending on who makes it to that other semi, would be strong enough to beat either Gambit or VP.
So here's my theory, right? I'm thinking, okay, Gambit, VP, it's a pretty straightforward thing. Both teams very good. Obviously, we kind of prefer Gambit in the sense that they're perhaps a little bit better structured. But as you said, I have to agree with you here that whoever goes up against either VP or Gambit, most likely it's a loss, right? These two teams are the best. And Saw, they've shown great control against ENCE, against Sprout. I'm eager to see them tomorrow in the semifinals. FunPlus Phoenix and Forza, on the other hand, I feel like they have the better upset chance than Saw, in my opinion. So
definitely.
I'm really, really hoping that we'll see the best capabilities out of both sides in this third final map that is currently still happening on the mainstream at TEB TV that Jay and Dwag are covering. Go check it out once we finish here. And my final thoughts are, I would totally agree with you, as you said, that Gambit or VP take the finals, or at least are favorites for the finals, no matter who they go up against. But I do think that if it's FunPlus Phoenix that gets into the finals, that they actually have a chance of winning. Anybody else, not as much.
Yeah,
that's how I kind of feel about it.
I think that's a good point, but I still think that FPX is too far away from their own personal development. Yeah, they have a long way to go, and I think that's why it's great for them to be playing this kind of tournament. You'd be thinking, okay, well, those guys, they've been around for ages. They've played the best of tournaments. Well, yeah, but yet again, they're finding their strides. It's Chris J in-game leading. It's a core that he hasn't played with him before, so lots to be developed either way. It was a blast today to have those quarterfinals happen, and I think we saw the best teams win.
Absolutely. We saw the teams that we kind of predicted to win, and basically it went the way we thought it would. Better luck next time for GODSENT and both Endpoint. Endpoint. And hopefully we'll see them in the second iteration of Snow Sweet Snow. That's also been announced, by the way. Don't forget that. We've got already, the Swiss stage, the regional Swiss stage, group stage slowly starting up. But that is going to be it for myself and Tyler. Go check us out on our social media, shameless plugs and all of that. For Tyler, I believe it is right under his name. Oh, wait, this way. underscore. So T_golf for myself at OverseeArt. We tweet as much as we can. Tyler is now getting better at this, and I'm trying to follow his footsteps. So please don't hate on me. I'm trying, people. Social media ain't my thing. But yeah, Tyler, I mean, it's been a pleasure, dude. I can't wait for tomorrow, honestly.
Yeah, and I think with that, we'll see you guys tomorrow morning, bright and early, 9 a.m. with that semi-final with those guys between VP and Gambit. So be back with us as, yeah, we decide who makes it to the grand final.